watch on Facebook. A little disappointed with the COVID-19, with the restrictions that we have. But I think we still can make it a great celebration just by embracing the fact that we will have the tree lighting on Broadway.
This year and every year on Broadway in the Century Palms neighborhood, we have the big tree like you'd see anywhere in the city.
Well, right now, since everyone's, probably feeling down, everyone's alone at home, I feel like they need that sense of community to know that they're not alone. So I think that this definitely will fix that for me too, knowing that everyone's enjoying the Christmas tree lighting.
LA Sanitation celebrates America Recycles Day. Council District 2 invests in cabin communities, and LAFD is gifted with a fleet of battery-powered e-bikes. These stories up next on City Beat.
As part of America Recycles Day, LA Sanitation is reminding everyone of the importance of recycling, especially now with more people at home. In some areas, up to 30% more waste is accumulating, and taking care of our environment is vital. You can join in by checking out their LA Public Works channel on YouTube, which is presenting videos with tips on the right and wrong ways of recycling. Knowing these tricks can help make recycling even more efficient.
Let's all take part in saving the environment by reducing what goes into landfills. Just one more way to trim your waste.
People experiencing homelessness in Council District 2 will soon have a chance to have a place they can call home. The Cabin Home Project, which is being constructed at 11471 Chandler Boulevard, is an innovative 75-bed project aimed at giving people a chance to start over. The project was launched by Councilmember Paul Kerkorian and is set to open in February of next year.
It's a piece of property that was otherwise just blighting our community, and now we've turned it into a cabin community that will play a really important role in housing the unhoused in Council District 2.
Bike retailer and manufacturer Aventon, based out of Ontario, presented the LAFD's Bike Medic team with a fleet of battery-powered e-bikes. According to Aventon, the 4 e-bikes can travel up to 40 miles at speeds up to 28 miles per hour. LAFD's Bike Medics provide support at LAX and are at events occurring at Dodger Stadium, USC football games, and at the LA Marathon.
Last week, we introduced you to the visionaries that created a new supportive housing site for families and transition-age youth in CD9. This week, we meet some of the people that will have a new home at Residences on Main.
We are at 69th and Main at my new apartment building.
This project means a great deal to us here in the city and here in CD9. So we really want it to be a real center. And the fact that it will be able to house homeless individuals, our transitional age youth, again, I think really underscores the fact that we are really creating a community here.
It feels amazing. I actually been through a lot my whole life, and actually to really have a place of my own and just be able to say I did something in my life it's a good feeling.
Yes, it's a very big day for us, for me and the family. We've been through a lot, and it's a struggle. So it's so wonderful that they open up to us and get us in this place, so we don't have to worry about being homeless and being on the street. So it's a very big day for us. My daughter will come up to me and my daughter will say, "Daddy, when it's going to be a time that we can't sleep in this car no more, because she can't take it no more."
I feel very happy for me and my family that now we're in finally a place so we can enjoy our rest of our life that we're in and we were living. It's very fun that we're now here with my family. We get to sit down, enjoy a nice meal together.
It's it's not even words, honestly. It's the feeling, just to look at, seeing how my kids' face when I told her and I told my other kids about this place. The look on their face, it's like Christmas for them. Yeah. Without the tree and without the present. This is a present.
If you could get housed, I feel, then you can move on with your life. And I feel like nobody should give up on housing. I don't feel right with people just sleeping on the street and just having to go through that situation.
What an amazing story. This is one of several housing projects in Councilmember Price's district. According to CD9, they are on track to build 872 permanent supportive housing units in the short term. November is National Alzheimer's Month, and this week I sat down with Dr. Helena Chu of Keck School of Medicine to discuss her world-renowned research on the disease and its connection to cardiovascular health. November is Alzheimer's Awareness Month. 5.8 million Americans aged 65 or older are living with Alzheimer's dementia. To talk to us more about this disease is Dr. Helena Chu, Chair and Professor of Neurology at USC's Keck School of Medicine. She is internationally recognized for her research on Alzheimer's disease and vascular cognitive impairment. This is a very important disease, and especially with this month. And the number of growing cases. First of all, talk to us a little bit about Alzheimer's and what are some early symptoms that people should be looking out for?
Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause for dementia as we get older. It's an example of a neurodegenerative condition where the nerve cells and the circuits in the brain that allow us to form memory and solve problems slowly fail. Alzheimer's disease is defined by a buildup of several misfolded proteins called plaques and tangles. And one of the earliest signs of Alzheimer's is a difficulty in recording and retaining new information that we are experiencing.
You know, this disease, it's so scary in a sense because they don't have a cure for it. So can it be completely prevented?
Yeah, well, the big high blood pressure, diabetes with high sugar, glucose, high cholesterol, those we have really good lifestyle and medications to bring them into control. You know, stop smoking, that's a big risk factor, keeping weight in the ideal window, exercise, healthy diet, all of those things can protect the health of blood vessels and significantly reduce the risk of stroke and therefore damage from stroke to the neurons and their circuitry.
For someone who wants to be a part of this study, what is the criteria?
We're looking for the healthier vessels, healthier brain for individuals who are over 60 and who have a diagnosis of early diabetes or pre-diabetes, who are not taking insulin and who are willing to be followed annually for about 5 years.
Thanks to Dr. Chu for coming by the Channel 35 studios. Once again, if you'd like more information on the study mentioned in her segment, visit usc.edu/ADRC. Earlier in the show, you saw the fruit of his labor with the outreach to families in need. Stephen Simon, General Manager of the Los Angeles Department on Disability, joined us in studio to discuss how the disability community has been greatly affected by the pandemic.
I'm delighted to be joined by the Executive Director from the Department of Disability in Los Angeles, Stephen Simon. So nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Maria. So glad to be here.
All right, so let's just get into a real basic thing, first of all. How does the Department on Disability define the word disability?
Well, we define it very broadly. I mean, our baseline is the Americans with Disabilities Act, and they consider any impairment, mental or physical, that limits someone's substantial life activity. So dressing yourself, for example, getting out to transportation or work could define you as having a disability.
What are some of the things that the department does to assist people who might have these issues that impact their lives?
We work with all city departments, so the physical structure, whether it's working with rec and parks facilities, working with library facilities to make sure those are physically accessible, ramps, elevators. Technology, work a lot with ITA and all departments on websites, for example, to make sure, for example, a blind person with a screen reader has access to a city website or all city documents, making sure there's an interpreter behind the mayor when he's announcing COVID information. Those are all things that we do.
Sadly, we've all had to make accommodations for this issue called COVID-19. And I know that people, with these disabilities perhaps have been hit in ways that we're not aware of, or have had to manage issues that we would have not thought about.
The COVID pandemic has obviously impacted all of us, and like you said, it's really been a struggle for folks. People with disabilities are having a really, really tough time. Food insecurity for people with disabilities in Los Angeles County before this pandemic was up to 40% of families with a person with disabilities were food insecure. Some way or another, just didn't have enough food for the family over a given period of time. So that's a struggle when you can't now, just go out safely and go to the supermarket as a person with disability. Our department staff, particularly our community outreach and education staff, put together a food and meals program for people with disabilities that was unprecedented. It didn't exist here in LA. We first started working with community-based organizations and independent living centers who were bagging up groceries to deliver to their clients. So we just tried to help them out in doing that. It was an extraordinary effort, and we served 180,000 meals from April to maybe mid-July. And we have just relaunched the program. We had to stop it because we had no resources for it. We literally relaunched that program this past Monday and plan on feeding people through the end of the year.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for being with us.
In our feature story, we meet filmmaker Ian Skarodin, who is a leading voice in the Native American community with his festival, LA Skins. We zoomed with Ian to talk about the festival and the incredible outreach he's doing for emerging Native American artists as they seek better representation in Hollywood.
The LA Skins Fest started 14 years ago, and I myself am a filmmaker. I've been, working in film as a writer, director, and producer for many years at a feature at Sundance. And I moved to Los Angeles many years ago, and I just saw that there was not a genuine connection between the Native American community and the entertainment industry. And having been to several high-profile film festivals like Sundance, in Europe, across the country, etc. I just saw how film festivals really help filmmakers. It's more than just having a screening. It's more than just putting something on your resume. It's really important that they provide something for you professionally and on a genuine level. And I wanted to provide that for the Native American community. We have programs throughout the year. So for example, we have a TV Writers Lab every spring. It just wrapped its 5th year. We have a feature film lab, Writers Lab in the fall. We have our film festival in November. And then we have an animation lab every December now. But because everything is now virtual, we don't do anything in person. We don't expect our selected fellows to come to Los Angeles. We have been able to expand our outreach, and we've gotten a lot more applicants. We're able to expand the amount of fellows. And, honestly, coming to Los Angeles for extended periods of time, that could be economically very challenging from somebody from a reservation or a rural community. So they are able to stay where they're at, and they can still participate. There's, I think, like 3 components that are important to us for the film festival. And as a filmmaker, what you like to see is, not only like a great screening, and that includes having a big audience at a great venue. So that's why we're housed at the Chinese Theater. We've been there for 5 years now. Also, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, they donate a theater. So as a native filmmaker, you really have an advantage there, where you're having your film screen at some of the top venues in Los Angeles. But beyond that, we want to provide professional opportunities. So there are other festivals representatives, so that can lead to another screening at another community or another festival for our filmmakers. And then also there's an opportunity to maybe sell your material. We had in years past, we've had an agreement with Comcast where they would purchase the films from our festival and stream them on their Xfinity service. So having a distribution platform also is important. And then also beyond that is finding new work. Having industry people available, having industry people who help those talented individuals grow their career and provide opportunities there. When we can, hit those marks, that's really satisfying to me in terms of all the work that we do in trying to provide a really great event that is genuine on many levels.
El Pueblo does digital story time. Barnsdale Arts Center takes their arts and crafts fair online and learn to prepare nutritious foods on a budget. It's all up next on Virtual Things to Do.
The El Pueblo Historical Monument presents their storytelling session series to young readers who can follow along online. With the Safer at Home initiative in effect, education and reading don't have to be put on hold. Enjoy the world of reading from the safety of your home with El Pueblo Storytime Sessions on YouTube. Art aficionados, staying indoors doesn't mean you can't check out and purchase some amazing works to add to your collection. Add vibrance to your homes with art through the Barnsdall Virtual Art and Craft Fair. Happening now through December 31st, take this opportunity to visit barnstallartcenter.org and get started viewing. Having a nutritious diet doesn't have to break the bank. Let the health and nutrition class with Selena be your ticket to enjoying a healthier diet without dishing out the cash. Have a nutrition expert teach you which foods can help promote overall wellness. To join, email literacy@lapl.org for the Zoom link and login information and take the first step toward a healthier lifestyle. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Rasha Goel. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. And a reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
So the public library
virtually in the council chamber, I should say, are essential staff as permitted under the governor's executive order of March 17th. All other council members are teleconferencing from remote locations. Also consistent with the governor's order, all public comment will be taken telephonically. I'll announce a recess if we have technical problems and lose a quorum of members. I'll also call for a brief recess if we may need a break. So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo.
Present.
De Leon.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Present.
Kuretz.
Present.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez not here yet. O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Thank you. For the record, Council President Martinez is here.
Fantastic. Madam President,
Rodriguez.
Go.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue. Okay. Wesson.
Wesson here.
Council President Martinez.
Good morning. Here. Thank you.
Right.
Fantastic. How many members present, Madam Clerk?
That would be 14 members and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. The first order of business.
Approval of the November 10, 2020 minutes.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Farrell moves. Mr. Bond is seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Thank you. Mr. Lee moves. Mr. Harris Dawson seconds. Next.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, and it's time for the flag salute.
Did she call it?
Fantastic. Councilmember Rodriguez, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd be honored. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Madam President, you ready to hand this off, or you want me to keep going, ma'am?
I'll take it from here. Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Apologize, there's a huge traffic jam on the 5 freeway, pretty bad accident this morning. So thank you. Let's go ahead and run through the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order. Next.
Madam President, there are requests to hold items 16 and 34 on the desk, and also to refer item 13 back to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order. Next.
Items 1 through 3 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 4 through 22 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 23 through 48 are items for which public hearings have not been held. For the record, community impact statements have been submitted for item 24 after the council agenda was released. The Eagle Rock and the Mid-City West neighborhood councils are against the proposal, while the Los Feliz neighborhood council is against unless amended, and the Venice neighborhood council is for. Items 49 through 52 are items scheduled for closed session for which a public hearing has been held. Item 53 is an item scheduled for closed session waived from the Budget and Finance and Planning and Land Use Management Committees for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Members, are there any specials on today's agenda? Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I just like to make a clarifying comment on item 43. And
Okay, so 43 for comments?
yeah, if I just can make a comment now, it doesn't need to be held.
Okay,
I
go
want to
ahead,
thank I want to thank Mr. Blumenfield for putting forward this motion. And my motion, which is a sister motion, got attached to this one. And I just wanted to provide clarifying instructions to planning that I understand the original motion is further along, and I don't want my motion to slow things down. So I'd like to ask that my motion be dealt with expeditiously, but without delaying CD3's proposal. So having made that clarifying comment, I'm fine with the item.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Any others? Mr. Koretz? Okay. Mr. Harris?
No, that's it. Thank you.
I saw Ms. Rodriguez on the board. Her name's not on the board.
Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah, 1 second, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris Dawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to call item 8 special for the purposes of an amendment.
Go ahead.
The amendment is to instruct LADOT to report back on the use of innovative technologies, such as the program introduced in Council File number 19-0600-S144 on May 28, 2019, to help people participate in payment plans, including convenient mobile application, streamlined eligibility process, options to manage and track payments, and adding new payment methods.
I'll second that.
Mr. Bonin seconds. Are any others, Mr. Harris Dawson?
That concludes mine.
All right, members, are there any other specials? Okay, we're going to hold item 16 on the desk for a technical amendment. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to have items 15 and 18 held for questions, please.
Okay, items 15 and 18?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank
members, members, any others? Okay, Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and let me know which items are available to vote on?
Yes, Madam President. They are items 4 through 7, 9 through 12, 14, 17, and 19 through 22.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on these items. Madam Clerk, please. Ms. Rodriguez?
Hi, Madam President. I apologize. I also meant to inquire. I have a Rule 23 motion that is urgent that I don't know at what point would be most appropriate to introduce to cover with respect to public comment. So I suspect we'll do it after this vote.
Okay, later in the meeting, Ms. Rodriguez, I'll go back to you on that item.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on the following items: 4 through 7, 9 through 12, 14, 17, and 19 through 22.
Yes, Madam President. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Yes.
De Leon.
Yes.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
From Wrigley Field, I say aye.
Roger. Pardon me. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue. Wesson.
Wesson, not from Wrigley Field, aye.
13 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's move on to public comment. Can you please read out the call-in information for those who wish to make public comment? This morning, Mr. City Attorney, you can go ahead and explain our speaking rules right after. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call area code 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to speak. Let me repeat, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak.
To members of the public calling in when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and if you wish, 1 minute for general public comment. Please speak on the items first before providing general public comment. We'll tell you when your time's up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell whether you're on topic, you'll get one brief warning from me or the president. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, the president will cut you off and you'll forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we'll move on to the next speaker. We'll take 40 minutes total of public comment. The items that are open for public comment are items 1 to 3, 8, and 23 to 48. Those are items 1 to 3, 8, and 23 to 48. Finally, for members of the public calling in to speak, as soon as you hear someone address you, either by announcing the last 4 digits of your phone number or if you're using a block number, something like caller 1 or caller 2, please press *6 to unmute yourself. When you hear that identifying information, you're live in the meeting and it's your turn to speak. So please press *6 and turn down the volume of any other devices that you're listening on because there could be feedback or a time delay. Also, if you're listening on other devices, please keep one ear on the phone. Because of the time delay, we want you to understand we've announced to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take the first speaker.
Speaker with the phone number ending in 8178, please press *6 to speak. Please state your name and the items you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Sophie Strauss. I'd like to speak on general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
The papers have referred to 4118 as an anti-camping ordinance based on the rhetoric you guys are using. But unhoused people are not trying to camp, they're trying to live. This is an anti-living ordinance. Shame on you for even considering this. It's not up for a vote today, but we haven't been fooled into thinking this is over. Maybe Nuri is just waiting for a, quote, diversity of perspectives to join council so she can blame the gridlock on the small handful of you who care about unhoused people. Don't kick this can down the road. Vote it down and replace it with bond and fill. Vizcaíno, you said there needed to be consequences for unhoused people's poverty. But if you're so sure consequences for bad behavior are necessary for progress, why don't you focus on consequences for killer cops instead of punishing people whose only crime was being poor? We are in a housing crisis. The solution is simple. We need housing. on how people are victims of this crisis, yet you guys are genuinely considering punishing the victims of the crisis instead of holding the perpetrators accountable. Maybe that's because if you did that, you'd have to hold yourselves accountable. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Next speaker.
Speaker with the phone number ending in 5137, please press *6 to speak. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Penn. Preferred pronouns are she, her. I'm the resident representative for Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council, Subdistrict 3, and I'm also a member of DSALA. I'd like to make general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
All right. So you chose not to vote on Council File 20-1376 today. I just want to go ahead and make it very clear. Homelessness is not the result of an individual choice. It's a result of cities' failed housing policy. The solution is just very clearly to expand housing stock, commandeer hotels, and house every Angelino now. The enforcement and criminalization is not a tool that should be used to address the issue of homelessness. And no matter what stage of the crisis we're in, we need a holistic, community-engaged approach. Take Hillside Villa tenants in Chinatown, for example. The city needs to use the CARES Act money to buy their building immediately. That would be cheaper than building new housing. It would stop dozens of families from being forced into homelessness. That's something that can be done now. I look forward to calling in to speak for my neighborhood council when comment is open for Council File 20-1376, as we filed a motion to oppose. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Speaker.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 9933, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Kevin Dieterle. I speak on item 24 in general public comment.
So you have 1 minute for item 24 and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with item 24.
Sure. It is absolutely horrifying that any of you would even consider further criminalizing poverty in LA. People live in the streets for the exclusive reason that their government has fundamentally failed them. Under the leadership of the City Council and Mayor Garcetti, the unhoused population has exploded. You are the ones responsible for refusing to use your levers of power available to you to remedy the problem. This grotesque measure that is even being discussed is emblematic of your own failure and ineptitude as a governing body, not the failure of those experiencing homelessness. How precisely does criminalizing poverty address the issue of the housing crisis? Naturally, the deeply corrupt members of the City Council's personal interests are placed above the needs of the people you were bound by duty to serve, and instead you choose to focus on the fact that the unhoused even being in your presence makes you and your donors uncomfortable. It should make you uncomfortable because it's fundamentally wrong that anyone in one of the world's largest economies should have their basic human needs unmet. Everyone deserves housing and to be treated with dignity and respect. That you as public servants treat the unhoused with such cruelty, disdain, and contempt is a violation of your oath of office. Those of you who have even considered this motion, even for a fleeting moment, need to immediately resign from public service. You're fundamentally unfit for a job that is meant to be an honor and a privilege, and your relentless pursuit of your own self-interest has rendered you either unable or unwilling to meet the needs of the people you serve. I hope each of you do some reflection this holiday season about how massively and consistently you have failed to continue to meet the needs of your constituency, which, despite what you may want, includes the unhoused. And my last comment is just that President Martinez, just how little you care about the people you serve is made abundantly clear when you begin each meeting 20 minutes late. Seems like you know how to account for LA traffic, and if you were any of us, we'd be fired. But you're allowed to disrespect us with impunity. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1148, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 1148, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
I'd like to speak on all available items, please, and general public comment.
So you have 3 minutes for the item, followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Yes, thank you. Apologize to Ms. Autry Martinez if you're big enough. I have a premonition again It just came to me. All votes of the LA City Council, now items 1, 3, 8, 24, 23, all of them will be yes votes. So what are they doing here, public? All votes, because they vote trade and vote swap. 100% yes votes, like a bunch of kindergartners sitting there, making our city a big homeless encampment. Why are they sitting there? Why are they talking items special? For stupid people, that's you and me, public, that really believe they're deliberating on these items. This is the linchpin of Los Angeles City Council, sleazy council corruption under Wesson, Garcetti, and now bent over at the hip,
So,
Nori Martinez, Urini Martinez.
Speaker, would you please go
Item
back
number
to the,
30,
to the items?
item number 24. This, of course, ordinance to ban people on the freeways. Yeah, boost hyenas. Let's criminalize them. Let's threaten them. Let's shoot them. Let's kill them. Like you kill black and brown people. Boost hyeno. No, that's not the solution. You people are the pandemic. You people caused this, and you people have stolen HHH money, all of it, for your developers, while people die on the streets. No, it's not the solution to criminalize the homeless. Los Angeles Sleazy Council. Martinez, you can go a different route from Garcetti and the criminally insane Herb Wesson. Turn this city council around. People are dying. Item number 35, removing, Mr. Bonin, please reintroduce your motion on taxing vacant units that these other people voted down and watered down, so you had to drop the motion altogether. Stop the vote trading. Item number 3, we don't need another liquor license. You criminals, Hoyzar, Wesson's chief of staff, Englander, Get It Wet John Lee with his backdating checks and prostitution trips to Vegas with Englander. We don't need this. We need real housing. That's what we need. We need a city council that gives a holistic
Sir, can you
approach.
move on to your general public comment, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Martinez. Apologize to Ms. Autry while you're at it.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Point in time, 10, 12 grandmothers went to Dawson's house, sleazy Marquise Dawson, known in the black community, to protest his devastating our community. What did he do? Dawson, who's supposed to be on an ad hoc committee for police reform, to calling non-armed response, what does this in cowardice fashion do? He called the police. All 3 times that these grandmothers who had to go out in lawn chairs because they can't stand very long, he called the police on them. They come out and harass the people. Well, you said you feel endangered.
Thank you, Speaker.
Well, the people feel endangered by your taking over the unemployment office for yourself. Your fame building move, the Vermont and Manchester move, the 5462 Crenshaw.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 2958, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Kathy Vu with AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and I would like to speak on item 24 and general public comment.
Sure, you have 1 minute on the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Like others before me, I would like the city to focus on positive and helpful solutions to solve the homelessness crisis instead of criminalizing the homeless. These positive solutions can include adaptive reuse, motel conversion, social housing, and housing first. Instead, the city is focusing on criminalizing the homeless and making it unlawful for people to be on the streets when they have no other choice. Especially in the wake of new COVID cases, those living on the streets and unhoused are particularly vulnerable, and the city should focus on helping this community and keeping them safe, not finding ways to criminalize or fine them. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 2746, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Caleb Crowder. I'm calling on behalf of Ground Game LA and everyone in, and I'd like to speak on item 24.
Please go ahead. You have a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to echo a lot of the sentiments you've already heard today. It's just a little bit baffling to me that we continue to have conversations about crime and poverty and homelessness as if it's some phenomena, like we don't understand where this comes from. When you deprive communities of resources, when you commodify housing to the point that people are forced to live on the streets, when you're not offering these things to communities, you're not bringing relief or resources to communities. Look at what's happening in the midst of this pandemic. You're not bringing any relief to renters. We will see this situation get even worse. We know that there are solutions that work, so focus on that. Criminalization is not an answer. It never has been. So please, we are urging you to not only strike down this motion. I know you're just having a conversation today, but move past this, focus on solutions. You have members of this body who are trying to do that. You have people in this city and in this communities and constituents from your district who are asking this of you. So please focus on solutions and stop focusing on criminalization. It is not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4208, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 4208, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, yeah, it's Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on items 24, 42, and general public comment.
Yes, so you have 2 minutes for the items, followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. For item 24, obviously I want to echo all the previous sentiments on 4118. It's just kind of baffling given we're in the middle of the pandemic. We're in the middle of, flu season and winter is coming. So, it's absolutely the worst time to be doing this. And it's just insane that this is viewed as a solution. Joe can get some sweeps, but is that actually going to do anything to get anybody housed? It's going to actually make things a hell of a lot worse. So I think the other question with this item is, what the fuck happened last month? Adrian Riskin posted a number of emails obtained through PRA requests, and we see Anno Sapien emailing Erica Pulse from the clerk's office with a clear plan for a special meeting on Wednesday, the 28th of last month. And their ordinance would be available early in the morning on Monday at the latest. But we didn't get those till Tuesday. We also saw Buscaino's office asking O'Farrell's office to waive it from committee a week prior to that vote, which is just kind of baffling because Councilmember Blumenfield, who was the mover of the motion, had no idea why the draconian ordinance came back even more draconian. But the committee chair wasn't even given, that ordinance or the heads up that ordinance was coming. So it's just really baffling that our council president would go out of the way to ice out a couple of members, leave them high and dry, and just have a whole shit show evolve. It's just really insane, and I don't know why it's not more transparent to this virtual horseshoe, that our council president isn't up to it. And another textbook example of that is item 42, local emergency. When was the last time we did that? We declared a local emergency on September 22nd. The charter provides that you're supposed to do that at a minimum every 30 days. It's supposed to be every 10 regular counting meeting days, but no longer than 30 days spaced out. So you violated the charter twofold. I also wonder where a council president's mask is, given the rise of COVID. You know, it sets a terrible example, and you've got poor Alexis and Anna in front of you. I saw you literally coughing at the last meeting. They've got families. So, you know, they might be your employees, but they got families. This council is going to be choosing a new mayor potentially soon. You've got redistricting, which is already off to a horrible start with our council president's leadership. You've got a financial crisis, pandemic. Do any of you have any faith in what we're doing in this process? You shouldn't. And you have an opportunity coming up to rectify that, and I hope you do. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8714, please press star 6. Please state your name and the items you'd like to speak on.
Yes, my name is Nina Heller, and I'd like to speak on item number 2 and make a general comment.
You have 2 minutes for both. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My general comment is this. This is my second time to council. Thank you for having me. And both are talking about trees. I'm not a granola-loving, hippie, tree-hugging person. I'm a concerned citizen that knows without trees, there's no us. There's no planet. There's no life as we know it. Trees clean our air. That's in this day and age where it's so important, the environment is so important, and even people that don't believe that are starting to believe that we are cutting down any aged trees in this community should be illegal. Somebody should be understanding that we can't just keep slamming houses in and taking out trees, or we're not going to be alive anymore. It's so important that we become more environmentally conscious in this city, and our city does not turn into New York City, that we still have the charm and the beauty and the natural beauty that Los Angeles has, and not turn ourselves into the concrete jungle that so many other cities have gone by the way. And I'd like to move on to number 2 now, and I'd like to address Councilmember Krikorian especially, but everybody also. I live on the very hilltop in Studio City, where I grew up. I've been here for 57 years. This was a beautiful natural area. We had deer, we had possum, we had raccoon, we had coyote. You could see a deer every night walking around. We have nothing. We have nothing left because every single inch of this hillside has been given over to a developer or a home builder. This has to end. Where does nature live? Where do we live when nature is gone? Our ecosystem is so fragile. We can slide by, but as you know, if you watch anything, if you see anything about science, we can't go on like this forever. It's unsustainable. Mr. Krikorian, you need to readdress what is happening at 11472 Laurel Crest. This is an important woodland area. All the top experts that have been brought in have said this, and you're trying to push it through for this developer. I'm your constituent. Your constituents have spoken to you. We want you to save this area for us. Monica Rodriguez saved the golf course up on the top of the Tuna Canyon. She's our champion for that. Your constituents need you to do this.
Tried. Caller with the phone number ending in 3100, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi there. My name is Maybe a Girl, pronouns she, her, and I'd like to speak on item number 24.
Please go ahead. You have a minute.
Hi there. I just wanted to call in. I'm a member of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking as an individual today, but I just wanted to call in and say that I hope you will all read all of the community impact statements that have been submitted for this agenda item. There are 9 neighborhood councils who are very much opposed to this, and I just hope that you'll take the time to go through and read the community impact statement, and that you'll listen to the neighborhood councils that are saying, please do not pass this. It's truly cruel and unjust to pass this right now, just considering we're going through a pandemic, there's not enough housing for people, and I hope that you'll vote against it when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5425, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, I'm Lauren Natoli with Housing is a Human Right, and I'd like to comment on item 24.
Please go ahead. You have a minute.
Thank you. I am extremely concerned about the criminalization of unhoused people in LA in relation to Municipal Code 4118. While the ruling of Martin versus the City of Boise is the national precedent, it does not prevent local government from taking additional steps to protect the homeless. In fact, in response to Martin v. the City of Boise, Modesto, California dedicated their Beard Brook Park as a place for homeless individuals to sleep, rest, and eat without being harassed by the police, while Modesto developed the proper infrastructure to care for the unhoused. This is a great example of something that we could do. According to the CDC, homeless individuals who cannot sleep, rest, and eat experience a rapid decline in physical and mental health, and it becomes much more difficult for them to break the cycle of homelessness. The Supreme Court labeled the criminalizing of sleep as cruel and unusual punishment for the offense of not having a house. We don't want to fall down that path. It is unconscionable that in the midst of this pandemic that we would make the situation worse rather than try to solve it. The pandemic is worsening and eviction protections around the country are waiving. This is not the time to attack those unhoused. Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending in 5113, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, Heather Carson, co-founder HALA, general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm calling in about the vacation rental ordinance. Vacation rentals are being used by the owners. It's built into the ordinance, so they are not taking housing off the market. Also, most of these homes, if vacant, would not fall under the category of affordable housing. And owning a so-called vacation rental does not necessarily mean you own 2 homes or are wealthy. They should really be referred to as secondary or non-primary residences. There are many reasons working class folks need to occasionally rent out a secondary residence. You may own a duplex and live in one and use the other for family that comes back and forth. It has never been used for long-term tenants. You may have temporarily moved out of your home to move in with family or friends due to hardship, such as job loss or illness, and you don't know when you'll be back. There are ways to do carve-outs for folks that actually need help to hang on to their homes. This may be the only resource they have that separates them from becoming homeless themselves. Please consider amending the cap to 1% citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with this phone number ending in 4213, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 4213, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
This is Pilar Chiavo. I'm co-founder of West Valley Homes Yes and West Valley People's Alliance. I'd like to speak on item 24 in general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
So we do weekly outreach throughout the West Valley. We feed and bring hygiene supplies to around 350 to 500 people every weekend. And the direction that the council is going is in the direct opposite direction that it needs to go right now. We're seeing more and more people on the streets. Where there was 1 tent, there's now 4 tents. Where there were 2 tents, there's 5 or 6 tents or larger encampments starting. Our homelessness crisis is expanding and growing, and the urgency needs to be around rapid rehousing, around seizing hotels and public properties that can be reused as housing. And until that happens, it needs to be about making and working on humane solutions that address basic human needs for people. Instead, we're talking about criminalization. We have sweeps happening that are taking tents and jackets and blankets and food, which are continuing to this day, and Buscayano is trying to expand even further. We have ticketing and the taking of cars and RVs, which is expanding in Blumenfield and Lee's district in the West Valley, and I'm sure in many other areas in Los Angeles. This is literally taking people's shelter and warmth and the things that sustain them in the middle of winter. So what the city needs to be focusing on is housing people rapidly, providing shelter, providing showers and bathroom and trash pickup and trash receptacles and food and water and taking care of basic human needs until that can happen, instead of talking about criminalizing and punishment. Poverty is a reality. It's not people's fault. It is a systemic issue that needs to be addressed through the system which you all are leading. And you have an opportunity to actually make a difference in people's lives. You know, we are extremely concerned about the possible loss of life, and we already know that people are dying more rapidly.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1529, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
The item that I would like to speak on this morning is item number 24 and general public comment.
Sure.
And my
you
name
have
is Veronica.
A minute for
Sanse.
each. You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Okay. Regarding the homelessness, or regarding item number 24, actually, we need to focus. I agree. The focus should be on solutions, not criminalization. We don't have enough housing for the homeless. And your solution is to make it illegal? That's not human. I mean, really, you know, put yourself in the shoes of the homeless people out there. I ask the council members, put your feet in the shoes of the 67 to 70,000 people that are facing houselessness if the gentrification is continued in our Baldwin Hills, Crenshaw community. That add another 70,000 people to the houselessness and homelessness in the Baldwin Hills, Crenshaw community alone, just that community. Not to mention the community or the locations 2 blocks from Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson's home. You know, it's a lot of homeless people in that neighborhood 2 blocks from him, and he's willing to vote to make homelessness unlawful. That is ludicrous. It's ludicrous for anybody on this call to even contemplate making homelessness unlawful. Believe me, if the speculator realtors are allowed to continue to buy up the property in the promised zones in South Central Los Angeles, it's gonna be millions of people homeless. And then it's not enough rooms in the jails to house people, but that's your solution for housing people is prison? No. That is not acceptable.
Thank you, Speaker.
Call-in user number 1, please press star 6. Call-in user number 1, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Items 24 and general comment.
You have 1
Hello?
minute for, yes, you have 1 minute for each. Please begin.
Okay, great. Okay, my first thing is to the council and specifically to Marquise Harris Dawson, who is the council person for the district that I live in. Just really concerned about the whole purpose that the council is supposed to be there. I mean, in your council chamber, you have these beautiful things in there for the greatest good, you know, that the will of the people is supreme. And it seems like neither one of those things are happening. And it is definitely not for the greatest good of anybody to have homeless people put in jail because they cannot afford a place to stay, or because they're not getting the kind of support that they need in order to have a place to stay. You know, Black Lives Matter just had a big campaign. Basically, it's all about equity. It's all about being treated fair. It's all about having an opportunity to live a decent life.
Thank you.
You know, a lot of the homeless people are between the ages of 18 and 25. We're talking about our future. So is that what we're going to do with our future, is jail them? We're also talking about equity. I mean, isn't this the whole plan
Speaker.
that the city of Los Angeles is talking about, equity?
Caller with the number ending in 5437, please press star 6. Caller with the number ending in 5436, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yeah, my name is Zach, and I'd like to speak on all items and general public comments.
So you have 3 minutes on the items, followed by 1 minute for general public comment.
Yeah, I'll start with item 24. I just want to review how grotesque the behavior of some members of this council was in regard to this motion and its sadistic ordinance. When it comes to housing or rent cancellation, this council can't seem to do anything. When it comes to criminalizing poverty and homelessness, this body was able to move a motion through in a week. Nuri, we've all seen how you intentionally held this motion for the last second on a Friday to try and sneak this through at the next meeting. We remember that you split this motion on a separate special agenda and made public commenters wait 4 hours for 30 minutes of time. We also remember your petulant meltdown where you cynically weaponized identity politics to claim anyone who opposed 20-1376, a villainous and cruel act of terror against the unhoused, was racist or privileged. Nuri, you're a fraud, and we will vote you out. Bob, we were at the Woodland Hills NC meeting where you fast-tracked your own motion and then gave an unagendized presentation where you spewed lies about this motion while representing a district that has zero permanent housing for 700 unhoused residents. This was a grossly unethical display of using NCs you're supposed to represent as your own PR device. You're a fraud, and we will vote you out. And Joe Buscaino, or as he's disaffectionately known, Joey Buckets, your rabid, frothing freakout when 20-1376 was originally discussed was even more pathetic than Nuri's. Your red-faced screeching was the perfect display of your LAPD roots, where responding with anger and violence is the only response to every situation. Buckets, we were at the NC meeting where you sent your propaganda agents out to NCs you don't even represent to spew lies about this motion and its intent. Fortunately, there were unhoused advocates and organizers who showed up to debunk all of the lies. You're a fraud, and we will vote you out. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0201, please press star 6.
Hello, my name is Jeff Giles, and I'm calling in to give my full support for amending City Ordinances 41.18 and 56.11 in response to the previous callers whose only vocabulary consists of criminalization. The true criminal act is seeing people living in the squalor as they do under the 101 freeway and Echo Park Lake, and those that are there by choice to conduct illegal acts, including prostitution, drug use, and drug sales with gang involvement. By gutting these ordinances, Streetwatch LA, ACLU, and K-Town for All have basically put up a barrier to finding adequate housing for these individuals. And if you think it's criminal to enforce these laws, what's truly criminal is to go down to Echo Park Lake and see the conditions in which these people are living. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Caller with the phone number ending in 1143, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Faith Myra, pronouns she, her, and I'd like to speak on general public comment and item 24.
Sure. So you have 1 minute for item 24, followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Okay, I would like to echo the majority of the calls. Criminalizing the poor is a despicable act, especially when we have mass evictions and mass food insecurities countrywide during a world pandemic. And I'd like to thank all the mutual aid groups, many of who called in today, that have been helping our unhoused brothers and sisters during this time. In general public comment, I'd like to thank Council President Martinez for her motion to call for a sunset date for the gas operations at the Valley Generation Station. No community in Los Angeles deserves to have a gas facility in their backyard. Right now, other cities are moving with us. The city of Glendale just approved new community-based proposals around energy efficiency, demand response, and local distributed generation, all of which will help expedite the closure of its own Grayson power plant. We need to do the same if we want to close Sun Valley. Telling LADWP to double down on investing in similar strategies, making our communities jumpstart a transition to clean renewable energy by 2030. I urge the council to agendize the resolutions put forward by Councilmember Bonin and Lee, calling for the state to create a real plan for closing gas storage facilities in Los Angeles.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6523, please press *6.
Hello.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Serena. I'm a member of the Echo Park Neighborhood Council. Speaking for myself, of course, I'd like to speak on item 24 and also provide some general comment as well.
Sure, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
So regarding 4118, I just want to say thank you guys for delaying this. It's nice to enter the holiday season with yet another layer of uncertainty over our heads. As renter protections ends, as restaurants close and new furloughs begin, for those of us who are not yet homeless, and we all are 1 or 2 paychecks away from it, you are in true Hollywood fashion building up to one of the most suspenseful moments of doom that I've seen in recent years. I'm someone who's unemployed this year. I'm someone who absolutely faced tough decisions around my rent this year. I'm speaking against 4118 literally to protect myself in what could very really be my future. So because you're not voting on this today, this should create some extra time to do things like Media Girl suggested, read the community impact statements and the positions they take, despite the gross oversteps that were mentioned by certain council members into the NC system to propagandize this. Figure out your plan for shelters and transitional housing. Doesn't exist. Mr. O'Farrell specifically, figure out a way to provide some kind solutions for those who are unhoused at Echo Park Lake that don't, involve enlisting groundskeepers in the Parks Department to terrorize them by locking bathrooms, by shutting off power, by shutting off water, by hillside villas. There's no developer money in this for the city, but there are a couple hundred less shelter beds that you'll have to think about when it comes to the time you guys are actually going to start voting on 4118. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1108, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yeah, hi, Daniel Gus, all items and general, please.
Sure, so you have 3 minutes for the items, followed by 1 minute for general. Please begin.
Great, thank you. Okay. Council members, item number 36, you're talking about an alternate date for the LA Marathon, yet you guys keep talking about like the vaccine isn't 3 weeks away. You should just move the marathon to September when it's not as hot as the summer. That gives all of us a chance, tens of millions of people, to actually have the vaccine. So moving it from March to May doesn't make sense. Move it from March to September or March to October. This is not a pressing issue. If you're going to come up with an alternate date, do it when we aren't so close and still trying to get people to trust whether the vaccine is going to be helpful or not. You know what you should do is instead of this, why don't you replace this with an item to protect the people who are losing their restaurant businesses at the heavy hand of the county. That's what you should be doing with your time. Item number 37, you're spending money, you're laying off thousands of people and you're spending money to modernize an athletics field at a school where presumably they're not actually having classes. Why are you spending time, let alone money? How do you think the people who have jobs with the city, who are being furloughed, who are being laid off, or who are being urged to retire, how do you think they feel when you're talking about modernizing a football or an athletic field where there may or may not be classes, let alone games for another year? It's a tremendously a bad image for you guys to be having this at this time. Item number 45, if David Rue had put up these signs when his constituents wanted them in the Hollywood Hills, because I wrote about the cigarette butts and the brush fires they're causing, Mr. Rue would actually be starting his next term. This was one of the original items that his constituents wanted 4 years ago, and we're talking $1,200. If Mr. Rue had spent this money for his constituents in the Beechwood Canyon area and the neighboring areas, Mr. Rue would still be council member as of January 1st. It's a shame because there's all sorts of hijinks going on with public records. For example, Rob Kwan had mentioned Joe Buscaino and Adrian Riskin over at Michael Kohlhaas. Well, Mr. Buscaino is now forecasting public records dates to be fulfilled in 2023. Mr. Buscaino, council members, what is going on? 2023 to fulfill public records requests in CD 15? And this is the guy who's going to be the interim city council president if Nuri goes to interim mayor? What is going on there? You guys are just like begging for people like Mr. Riskin and me to file public records lawsuits. Moving on to my general public comment. Speaking of trouble, council members, I have the most read article on City Watch today called Ron Klain, who's going to be the incoming chief of staff at the White House. Ron Klain, FBI, should look closer at Eric Garcetti's skeletons. Council members, your problems with Mr. Garcetti aren't just going to be related to him. They are going to be related to misconduct at the LAPD. There is more to come on this. You folks should be sitting down with Internal Affairs and find out what's going on. Ms. Martinez is the woman with a cat who lives near the Orange Line. She has been trying to get help to get a hotel room. Your office has not been responsive. If somebody in your office reaches out to me, I will get her in touch with you. And we are 3 weeks from elections, but Joe Buscaino is predicting 2023 to fulfill public records requests. My, oh my, should the FBI pay attention to that. Have a good meeting. I'll listen to the rest of the way.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. That concludes public comment for today. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on the following items. Let's go ahead and vote on items 1 through 3, item 23, items 25 through 33, and items 35 through 48. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. These items are adopted.
Madam President, if I may, for the record, for item 24, the Greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council voted to oppose the original motion for Council File 20-1376. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, Mr. Krikorian, do you want to speak to items 49 through 53? Closed session items?
One moment, please. Madam President, items 49, 50, 51, and 52 are matters that the Budget and Finance Committee did consider and recommends approval of the City Attorney's recommendations. All of those can be considered in open session unless members have questions or concerns. Item 53 is a matter that was waived by both Budget and Finance and, as I understand it, Plum as well. So I don't have a committee recommendation on that matter.
Okay, members, are there any questions on any of the closed session items? Mr. Buscaino?
Just, Madam President, thank you. Just want to register a no vote on number 50, item 50. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on items 49, 51, 52, and 53. And we'll take a separate vote on 50 so we can record the no vote on Mr. Buscaino. So go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, Madam President. Before I do, let me read the settlements, please. Item 49, in the case entitled Mercedes Baker versus City of Los Angeles and Sean Kenny, there is a recommendation to expend up to $800,000 in settlement. Item 50, in the case entitled LD, a minor, and Juan Frias versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $6,360,472.50 in settlement. Item 51, in the case entitled Estate of Anthony Soderberg et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. Item 52, in the pre-litigation dispute between City of Los Angeles and Key Information Systems Incorporated, the recommendation is to approve a settlement in favor of the city valued at approximately $2,012,748 in pre-litigation dispute with city vendor Key Information Systems Incorporated, including a guarantee payment of $1,500,000 to the city to be made within 45 days of execution of the settlement agreement. Finally, for item 53, in the case entitled Environmental Justice Collaborative versus the City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $153,837.36 plus applicable interest in settlement. And now, Madam President, the vote will be on 49, 51, 52, 53, and I will go through the roll. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye. Cedillo, aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuratz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Fourteen ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on item 50. Can you please read that into the record?
Item 50 is in the case entitled LDA Minor and Juan Frias versus City of Los Angeles et al. There is a recommendation to expend up to $6,472.50 in settlement. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz. Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson. And going back to Councilmember Kuretz.
Once again, aye.
12 ayes, 2 noes. The item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item number 8. Let's go ahead and vote on item number 8 as amended. Go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon. Harris Dawson.
Yes. Item 8.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye. Yes.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson. And going back to Councilmember De Leon.
I apologize. I thought I said aye earlier, but it's aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's 14 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Okay, let's move on to item 34. There's been a request by Mr. Price and Mr. Krikorian to recuse themselves, so we can please take them off the board. Okay, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on that item. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Dawson, yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
12 ayes, this item is adopted.
Okay, members, let's move on to item 24. So members, last time we heard this item, we had a very lengthy debate and discussion here in council. So today we'll use the next hour or so to continue the discussion, but we will not be taking a vote on this item. We have representatives from the city attorney's office, which we're going to let into our meeting right now. And we also have other staff in council chambers if you wish to ask any questions or to clarify any of the language. The ordinance isn't the city's response to homelessness. Our response needs to continue to be doing the outreach and making sure that we're housing people. And we need to do that right. So we have to keep in mind that we also have to work towards keeping our streets clean and our sidewalks clear. Through these efforts, we will address the hygiene and cleanliness, but we also cannot lose sight of our core responsibilities and our values. While I know there's a real sense of urgency here in moving forward, I really believe that we need to make sure that we get this right. And so I just want to make sure that we take the time to do so and figure out the different pieces that go into this to make sure that the city's greatest homeless response is the right way, the right direction to go in, and that we get this right the first time. I think we owe it to our unhoused neighbors, but particularly those neighborhoods, those black and white neighborhoods that have carried the burden for the rest of the city for a very long time. We've been discussing this issue for the last 7 years since I've been on this council, but only this year we've been able to actually, due to a lawsuit, as a matter of fact, we've been able to bring the city and the county together to be able to negotiate. So we know that we cannot solve this issue alone. We've said this over and over again, and we need to make sure that the county is committed to the funding of services and beds as well. I know that we've signed an agreement with the county, and members of this council have been working really hard to make sure that we are identifying sites for the 6,700 beds that we committed under the Alliance case. We've identified sites for these beds, and I know that some of us are still continuing to try to look for additional sites as well, but we have to continue on this path. With the approval of item 16 this morning, we've also added more sites and another 800 beds on top of the 6,700 beds that we committed to, for a total of 7,500 beds. To reach that goal, we've had to acquire 15 sites through Project HomeKey using COVID relief money. And I know you've been very instrumental in identifying some of these sites. And we're also trying to buy 5 additional sites outside of HomeKey. And some of these beds are going to become available, or should I say come online in April of next year. And we're continuing to build our permanent supportive housing through our measure HHH. So while we're trying to build, I know that we also need to make sure that we're trying to keep our streets clean and our neighborhoods safe, and so we need to commit to ensuring that we have the proper outreach and that we're housing people, and at the same time we're clearing our streets and keeping them clean as well. So we have so much more work to do, but we owe it to every single one of our neighborhoods, particularly those neighborhoods that have been impacted the most by the overwhelming number of encampments. It's not sanitary, and it's certainly not safe or part of public health to continue to live with the current status quo that simply is not working for anyone. So we're going to continue to discuss this issue, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows you need to keep in mind that we are we're working towards an actual decision at some point. So I want to be able to figure out what the best way moving forward is. So this is what we're here to do. We're going to go ahead and allow about an hour or so for discussion. So members, if you have any questions, if I can have Meg come to the, Meg? We have Meg here from the CAO's office, so if you want to join us at the desk just to make sure that you're ready in case any of our members have any questions, and I have the city attorney now that joined us as well. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, sir. Can you adjust your volume?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Great. Look, I know we're not going to vote on changing or narrowing 4118 today. My hope is this is going to give us the time and space to clearly spell out humane protocols and get more people on the same page, and that's great. The proposed ordinance, I wanted to just out front say, was never meant to be a solution to homelessness, and it certainly was not meant to make homelessness unlawful. I know that many of the most vociferous critics continue to repeat that the ordinance is the wrong solution to homelessness. The ironic thing is I totally agree with them in that creating buffer zones around freeways and shelters is not an answer to homelessness. I agree that the solution is housing and shelter. I also agree with the providers and advocates that being homeless is not a crime, and that if the ordinance is only meant to restrict people, it's not appropriate. In addition, if we have to dislocate people from where they're encamped, we have an obligation to make sure they have appropriate shelter. However, the ordinance was not meant to cure homelessness. It was meant to help the city enable shelters to be placed and accepted throughout the city. It was meant to allow us to keep critical freeway corridors that are choke points for communities safely passable and free of encampments, but only after everyone who had been in those encampments was offered housing and council passed a resolution verifying that this had happened and they were offered housing. It was meant and is meant to strike a healthy balance between the needs of people experiencing homelessness and the people living with encampments in their neighborhoods. A balance that would ultimately create more collaboration and a greater willingness to invest in local shelters and housing for the unhoused. It was meant to allow us to comply with the federal judge's decree that the freeways are not safe. And Judge Carter has said that we're the only city he's worked with that doesn't have such an ordinance on the books, and that having some way to regulate where encampments are allowed is necessary for achieving the type of settlement agreements other cities have achieved. So it's folly to think that settling the case, as we all hope will happen and will succeed, that if we cannot also, that we're not gonna be able to settle this if we cannot also have something on our books that allows for regulation of where encampments can and cannot be. We as a city should be able to regulate encampments without criminalizing them. If we cannot regulate them, we do a disservice to the people who live within them, and we do a disservice to the people who live in the communities surrounding them. As you know, with LASA and LA Family Housing, we implemented a successful pilot program in my district where we offered housing to everyone who resides in the freeway underpass, in all of my freeway underpasses. And it worked, not just because we had intensive outreach, but because we had a choice date when folks knew that the area where they had been encamped would no longer be available to do so. This is what Judge Carter calls a choice date. We believed we would be able to humanely enforce this choice date, and no police were involved. Everyone was offered shelter. It was the exact same process Mr. Bonin used at the Penmar Golf Club. As he said to the judge, he said, quote, "The fact that there was public works project coming did incentivize people to make a choice. Both of us were able to house about the same number of people. The difference between our projects, and the same groups were helping us do it, was that after they offered everyone housing, they were able to remove the remaining bulky items and put up a fence that spans 4 blocks. I was not able to remove bulky items that were not specifically identified by someone who had been homeless, and we could not put up a fence because they were relocating people because of public works project, whereas we were relocating people because of the Judge Carter case and because the sidewalks are critical corridors connecting the residential area to schools and essential services on Ventura Boulevard. Consequently, abandoned property still litters my underpasses, and a few people are starting to set up camps again in the underpasses. 2 of the people who've come back, whom I've spoken with, are still enjoying their Project Room Key hotel several nights a week, but they also like to spend a few nights in the underpasses. That fact should be disturbing to anyone who wants to see people actually sheltered and housed. If we cannot come up with a humane way to keep these critical corridor underpasses free from encampments by April, Judge Carter has threatened to take matters into his own hands. I don't take his statements lightly. And while the MOU vacated his direct order about clearing the underpasses, that's still his direction. And if we cannot find a way to humanely create a buffer zone around new shelters like cabin communities, we also risk having fewer of these cabin communities, and we potentially make these shelters less successful for the residents within them. As you may know, and as noted in item 16, I'm in the process of standing up 2 cabin communities right now in my district Just like the Bridge Home that's opening in January in my district, these shelters options faced substantial opposition. Just yesterday, Channel 2, CBS, had a story about several dozen neighbors gathering behind my office expressing their grave concerns about the cabin community. And they noted, many of them live literally right across the street in the townhouse from where this cabin community is. They are understandably concerned about the fact that we're bringing in 100 formerly homeless new neighbors, 100 feet away from them. Similarly, the preschool that is catty-corner to the other cabin community is very concerned about the impact that that's going to have on them. I can and will and do tell these folks that their new neighbors are people who are in need of shelter and that we all have to do our part. It's not an easy conversation, and I know it doesn't make people happy and it doesn't allay their fears. But I also tell them that we as a city will do everything we can to ensure that we help minimize the impact on the neighborhoods and that we'll make sure that the locations are kept clear. I want the new neighbors and the current neighbors to get along. We all want that. However, if these cabin communities become magnets for encampments, as we've seen happening in several of the Bridge homes, then not only will we have brought in new formerly homeless residents into the area that are living in cabins and receiving services, but we'll also have brought in encampments into an area that didn't have them before. Doing so isn't right and it isn't fair. And from a strictly practical perspective, if we cannot properly maintain the areas around these cabin communities, it will be increasingly difficult and eventually impossible to get other communities to accept such new communities. And if our goal is to have shelters in every corner of this city, which I know is a goal that a lot of us share, it's not going to happen. It's only going to happen if we can assure folks that the shelter does not come with added encampments, that it is a shelter that houses people. So getting more shelter is directly linked to being able to have some modest ability to determine where encampments can be prohibited. At the end of the day, we need more shelter, we need more housing, we need permanent supportive housing, social housing, rapid rehousing, congregate housing. And I do believe that the district-specific global settlement that Judge Carter is talking about will help us get there. But like every city that has reached such an agreement, we have to have some ability to humanely regulate where encampments can and cannot go. And I look forward to working with all the members of this body and all the public stakeholders on finding a humane way to do this so that it's very clear that we're housing folks, we're not criminalizing folks, but we are allowing for basic regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, and Mr. Blumenfield, for your remarks. And Madam President, thank you for highlighting item 16, the considerable approvals we made just today as a council that went through my committee last week, and for really underscoring the fact that we are on our way. I think one of the frustrating pieces to this whole conversation that everyone feels, no matter what side of the spectrum or where in the spectrum you are in terms of people experiencing homelessness and your feelings about it, is that we are making strides, significant strides. However, the downside is that it's not all that visible just yet. So I just wanted to put that out there to begin with. And then furthermore, I just want to say that when it comes to the unhoused, I believe that we all share the priority to provide beds under a roof in a safe environment that include a mix of temporary and permanent lodging available to everyone willing to accept the offer. And we must be relentless in convincing people who initially refuse to accept safe shelter or housing to do so. And that's where our relentless quest to put people on a path to wellness comes in. And we know that getting a roof over someone's head is the best chance of getting them on that path to wellness, getting them into case management, possibly helping them reconnect with loved ones, helping them become part of a community with resources and even job opportunity, which we've seen in some of our Bridge home sites. Someone in Hollywood initially early on was living homeless and came into the Bridge home site on Schrader And within months, he was back to work as an engineer, which was his profession. So there are success stories, and we need many more of those success stories. With our work in the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, I'm happy to report that we have made great strides in one particular endeavor, and I'm glad that Meg Barkley is sitting there because Meg has been critical to this. Our voter-approved proposition, HHH production, with other funding sources, has gotten us to nearly 10,000 approved units in design, entitled, under construction, opening soon, or already opened with people living in permanent homes. Starting from whole cloth after voters in Los Angeles approved Measure HHH 4 years ago. After per unit costs rose some years back when we were getting this off the ground, this council imposed a $140,000 per unit contribution, which has helped us get to that 10,000 unit goal. Many of the units were contributing much less than $140,000 per unit as well. We're also able to implement the HHH process without creating a new expensive bureaucracy, again, helping us get to that goal of 10,000. And despite the claims that some might make, Measure HHH is and will be, on balance, a success. In addition to the Measure HHH supportive housing units, we also have several bridge home sites, as you and Mr. Blumenfield spoke of, that are open with over 24 in the works, some of which we approved today. Safe parking sites existing with more projects in the pipeline. Home key property acquisitions, cabin communities, funded and on the drawing boards, and other permanent supportive housing projects not in these categories, funded through traditional sources. For everyone listening, we're working on, we are negotiating and signing ground leases as we speak for more of those cabin communities. Additionally, we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars through our homeless recovery roadmap interventions. In all, we're in the several thousands of current and future safe places for unhoused Angelenos. These interventions are not one size fits all and are created to effectively serve our incredibly diverse and vulnerable populations. However, we are just now at the early stages of standing up these actual indoor spaces for people to occupy, both within the category of the Judge Carter requirement and otherwise. Today, this moment is not the time to adopt hastily drafted ordinances that have not taken into account all of the variables structurally and environmentally at this time. As I've said before, some level of enforcement eventually will be necessary once we have the inventory. And I know there are people who do not want to hear that. Furthermore, the enforcement we eventually adopt can and should be unarmed. And it should involve those teams that really work hard to help people get into shelter and wellness. But we're not there yet. I believe the overwhelming majority of people in Los Angeles, as I said before, desire clean, safe public spaces and a humane, compassionate, balanced approach to bringing the unhoused indoors. That task is daunting. We did not get into this point overnight. It was decades in the making. And I believe it will be much less than a decade to really make an impact so there's significant reduction of homelessness across the city of Los Angeles, because we are determined as never before. But I remind everyone that at this moment, we have resources at our disposal to address this humanitarian crisis at an unprecedented level. Let's make the most of these resources and address this moral dilemma with diligence, compassion, resolve, and collaboration. I am pleased that this council is taking the time to think through the complexities of this issue in relation to the recent city attorney report and the issues that came up in our last discussion. Colleagues, lastly, I'll say this. Let this be an opportunity for us to double down as never before on housing people experiencing homelessness and ensuring that people in the city have a path to wellness before we move forward with any type of enforcement. It's a new day. A COVID vaccine is on the horizon. It'll arrive in weeks. And if our system and process across the nation works as it should, and enough people get vaccinated, we could have herd immunity as early as May of 2021. We also have a new administration, and therein lie additional opportunities for the next COVID relief bill, for relief efforts to address the homelessness and humanitarian crises in our cities. So let's just keep doing our work to get the beds in production, get a roof over everyone's head who needs it, and continue this conversation as we move people onto a path of health and wellness. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. O'Farrell and to everybody who called in around the city who's been engaging on this discussion from a variety of perspectives. Mr. O'Farrell said something I wanted to underscore. He mentioned, or he alluded to the fact that there is a philosophical or an ideological discussion to be had about whether or not enforcement is necessary if the inventory is there. That may be the case that discussion needs to be had, but the inventory is not there yet. It's a purely academic discussion at this point that has no bearing on the street reality in Los Angeles. For all of the work that nearly every member of this council has done to provide more resources, to build more housing, to open safe parking, to plan for tiny home villages or cabin villages, for all of them, they are still so far from the desperate need that is out there on the streets that the question really doesn't apply to the reality we have on the streets right now. Tomorrow, we're going to be hearing an item about trying to find ways to more quickly house people who become newly homeless. It's an item that we had in Homelessness and Poverty last week. And as part of that report from LAHSA says that the system is challenged by a measurable gap in resources available to house all persons in need. Even calculating everything that is in the pipeline, they would need another 5,311 rapid rehousing slots and another 12,000 additional units of supportive housing. That's outside of the current pipeline. And there's so much about the proposal that is even premature for, I think, for a council discussion, because it presupposes a couple things which are not true. The first that it presupposes is that there is a way to do what the ordinance, the draft ordinance, outlines. Fact is, we do not have sufficient resources available for everybody who would need to be offered housing. Two, we do not have a technology or a tracking system at this point where in real time, someone who is doing outreach can identify that there is an available bed for someone to use that night. That system does not exist yet. Three, we have not yet had the discussion of what does an offer of shelter actually mean? Is it enough for someone to actually make an offer? Is that our goal? Or is our goal to actually get somebody placed into housing? Are we going to go out and say, oh, well, there's a place, all the way across town. If you can get your butt there, then you're good. Or are we actually going to find a way to transport somebody there? Are we going to make sure that they actually get admitted? Are we going to make sure that it's actually the proper placement that helps them get housed and on a path to getting off the street long term? We have had a lot of discussions in this council over the past 6 months about reimagining public safety and moving LAPD out of an enforcement posture. Who's going to be making the offer of shelter in exchange for this enforcement, for putting this threat over somebody's head that there will be consequences? Is that going to be a LAHSA outreach worker? that threat of enforcement from an outreach worker imperils the relationship that they are trying to build with somebody who is unhoused to get them into the system and get them housed. If it's a police officer we're talking about or a law enforcement authority, we're taking several big steps back from what we have been speaking about over the past several months about what we want to be doing with reimagining public safety in Los Angeles and moving law enforcement out of the homelessness business. The other thing that this discussion, I think, presupposes is that it certainly leaves the impression that some people think that our biggest problem with housing people is that people are service resistant and they're just not willing to accept the help that is being offered them. I would challenge that in two ways. One, I would argue that the vast majority of people who are unhoused do not meet even what I think is an inaccurate term of service resistant. The vast majority of people out there want placements. LASA has lists of people who want to get in places that we have not been able to accommodate people for. We also often do not offer people the right services. I was talking with a gentleman just the other day who had been stabbed and was having health issues and was needed to convalesce. And he was placed in a shelter that required him to walk several times a week on his walker a 1.5 mile distance to get to the ongoing medical care he needed to have. We need to be making sure that we're offering people the right resources. It's often the case that the small number of people who say no to the services being offered are because the services being offered are not appropriate and are not suitable to them. But again, most of the people out there are not service resistant. I've encountered in the past 10 days 2 families with children in Venice. A family with 4 kids and a family with 5 kids. Family with 5 kids just last night. If we were to tell them, you need to move along or get placed into a congregate shelter setting, that congregate shelter setting is not the right place for kids. We need to make sure we have the right pipelines for every type of homelessness and make sure we're putting people into the right places. And as we consider the various options we have, I'd submit that in the middle of this crisis, the vaccine ain't there yet and the herd immunity ain't there yet. Congregate shelters isn't the right place for a lot of people to be. Right now, people who are living outdoors are actually doing better health-wise than people who've been in a lot of the congregate settings where people have contracted disease. And also just note a couple other things. We are experiencing the biggest economic calamity of our lifetimes, and it's getting worse. Since May, 8 million people have fallen into poverty. Saw that on the NBC News website last night. As soon as the federal relief funds dried up, 8 million people started falling into poverty, a good portion of them here in California. Evictions are going to start being issued around other parts of the state soon, and absent an aggressive program to cancel rent and cancel mortgages, homelessness is just going to be dramatically increasing around the country, around the state, around the county, and around the city of Los Angeles. And what we're beginning to see now aren't just the encampments we've had before. We're beginning to see the construction of Hoovervilles. We are seeing Hoovervilles all around the city. And I dare say that I think that we would not look favorably upon elected officials from the 1930s who sought to find ways to tell people they couldn't be in Hoovervilles absent the existence of the alternative. It's an alternative we all want. We all want the additional resources. And as many as members of this body have put online, they're just not there yet at the extent necessary to even have this conversation. So I'd urge that we move forward when we do with a substitute motion. Let's use all the hotels that are offered. Let's begin to seize ones that are not. We need to be aggressive. We need to be moving forward with canceling rent and mortgages. We need to get the money the county has given us out the door. There is money we still are not spending that can be used for rapid rehousing, for shared housing. We need to get that out the door. There are people I could house tonight in my Judge Carter areas if that money were getting into the hands of our agencies. And the final point is, if we want to get to an agreement, and I've heard people say, oh, we're just trying to do what Judge Carter did in Orange County. We can't do that ourselves. We do not have the ability to bring all sides together in the city of Los Angeles. What Judge Carter did in Orange County was come to an agreement with everybody, so that the Carol Sobels were at the table, the Shayla Myers were at the table, the ACLU was at the table, the people who are calling in and telling this council we are taking the wrong approach, they were part of an agreement. And if we really want to move forward with anything sane and reasonable, I think that we need to be entering into a master agreement, not a district by district agreement where we push homelessness from district to district, but a master agreement with the judge and with all parties. So that's what I would ask that we do. And I would just ask City Attorney, as I close, you have responded with a lot of energy and alacrity to the motion that went in with a draft ordinance, with a memo with points back talking about how it could move forward. I would suggest that we shouldn't be moving forward until we've resolved all the issues in your memo. But since you have moved forward with such energy and speed with the motion, I would ask that you do so as well with the substitute motion, which is also part of the council file, and you come back with a report for us for our future consideration about what it would take, whose authority needs to be invoked, the councils or the mayors, in order to begin to commandeer hotels in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. And there's so many elements, I hardly know where to start, but let's start with the lawsuit. I think our response that we've sort of been shoehorned into is a bad strategy. We're responding to the judge's response to a lawsuit, and his response is clear the area near freeways. This would drive a certain amount of requirement to move people. Some will accept shelter, others won't. And in the pandemic, moving people from encampments to other encampments is the worst possible strategy. We've been somewhat fortunate that we haven't had a lot of spread in encampments, and I think it's because we haven't been breaking them up and forcing people into several different encampments every time we do that. I also, as Mr. Bonnet has expressed, am not a fan of the judge's approach, which is leaving 15 districts each trying to resolve the problem in silos rather than having the city solve it as a unit. It's been particularly difficult in my district because we can't seem to find any appropriate properties. And the ones that we've flagged for the city itself has rejected because they feel that they're too small in acreage and not efficient. But if we're going to approach this as 15, we can't keep working against ourselves. I don't think there's anyone that wanted this, either on the council or at the county or among the advocates, including those who have generated the legal actions in the first place. And I think that's the most pressing need for enforcement, is the people that don't take it near freeways. Also, I think there's a false impression by many that if the council just had the will, homelessness would be solved. I think that is wildly simplistic and wrong. There aren't enough locations. We don't have enough funding. We don't have the ability to make it happen instantaneously. It would be virtually impossible for us to, in any kind of expeditious way, house 40,000 people, plus the many more that we might expect after the COVID emergency ends. But I'm sure we could do better. And we have been making progress, as Mr. O'Farrell outlined. but it has just become such a massive problem that it's almost impossible for me to envision how we house every single person that's out there and the thousands more that are expected to occur once evictions are again allowed. Now, we've had many years of fighting lawsuits by advocates, and every step we take, somebody seems to fight us. And we now have conflicting charges to not move people around, and then to move them off sidewalks so we can provide ADA compliance, and to move them away from freeways. But all of these things sort of conflict with each other. I think part of it is the fact that we continue to be at odds and waste a lot of time and money and effort fighting the people that actually want us to house the homeless and want to find a way to help us do that. So whether it's with a revised legal approach, more like Orange County, as Mr. Bonin has flagged, or whether we could even do it without having to settle a legal suit to get there, but just start this all over. Ask the advocates to negate their lawsuits and start over, and start working with them to come up with a consensus as to what the best policies are to move forward. Now, again, I think it's bad to move anyone under the era of COVID. So I think it's bad to do it relating to freeways and the judge. I think it's a bad idea to move people any distance to clear the sidewalks. Although I think we have to recognize that we could do this, and in many places we try, just by asking people to move their tents 2 or 3 feet. There are many cases where they're in the sidewalk and it's a wide sidewalk and they can just move back, or they can move around the corner. I think we should always offer housing, but we don't have to find them housing to move them. We can, in many cases, just move them a very short distance, not break up an encampment, not cause people to interact with each other. And I'm much more open to that. The idea of actually moving encampments that happen to be near bridge housing, I think under COVID is a disastrous idea. Whether we would want to keep an area clear when it is clear in a bridge housing unit section or entity goes through is a possibility. I'm not necessarily a fan, but I'm really not a fan of moving existing encampments that happen to be near bridge housing. During COVID, the way it is now, it's just one more opportunity for spread. And I think any opportunity for spread is a mistake. I think also focusing on trying to get people that don't really want to go into housing and are resistant is a bad area of focus. My priority would be offering housing to each of the 40,000 or so people that are homeless. And when we have offered it to everyone who might be willing to take it, and we still have units available, then we could go to the next step of people that we need to persuade. I honestly don't think right now that if we took that approach, we would ever have excess units. I think we would have excess people, so we should look at that first. If we get to the point where we actually need to convince people, I know it has to be done with a certain amount of work. I remember talking with the folks at PATH a couple of years ago, which I helped to create that program a couple decades ago. And they said they had only run across one individual that wouldn't accept housing if they spent enough time working with them. One person out of thousands. So I think if we don't just offer it one time, but we actually do the hard work, we could get everybody housed. But I don't think we're there yet because we don't have the housing. Also, I think we
Mr.
need
Corretz,
to know...
I need you to We need you to watch your
more
time.
of a focus, and I think the real answer is how do we prevent homelessness to the degree that we're seeing it? Because I believe last year, I might have the statistics wrong, but we had something like 20,000 people that were taken off the street and 22,000 new people that replaced them. So that is an unsustainable statistic. We have to figure out where the homeless are coming from, what's generating them, and what we can do to prevent it. Otherwise, this problem will just keep growing no matter how hard we try. And we might have housing for 10,000 people, and by the time we have housing for 10,000 people, we'll have 50,000 people on the street, unless we actually somehow stop the pipeline.
Mr. Koretz, I need you to watch your time. I need to move on to the next member.
Okay, if you give me one more minute, I'll be done, so you won't need to.
Thank you, sir.
I think we need to focus more on family reunification, which Mr. Bonin touched on and I've been talking about for years as our top priority. Identifying people that are willing to live with their family, identifying family members that are willing to take them in, which might not always be the most obvious family member. I think also we, as Mr. Bonin said, as a number one priority, we need a bed tracking system, because we have beds that go unused all over the city because we don't know exactly where they are and where the placement is. And I think that's all I have to say. A lot of thoughts, but not a fan of going as far in terms of what our proposed ordinance would do in terms of forcing people to move. I think that under COVID is generally a bad strategy.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I will be brief because I think we've had extensive conversations. You know, many of us are citing, well, we've been talking about this for years. You're right. We have been talking about this for years. And it preceded me joining this city council. But there are difficult decisions that need to be made in order to restore and improve upon the quality of life for residents, many of whom opted in support of providing all these additional resources with respect to H and HHH, and in communities like mine, who stepped up to the plate and didn't say we couldn't find the locations, didn't say, it's not available. Not only are we disproportionately constructing the number of affordable housing units to assure that families don't fall into homelessness, but we are also constructing and fulfilling the units that will provide for those that desperately need either bridge or interim or emergency or permanent supportive housing. And so those individuals, particularly when I think about my district, when I look at the fact that I still on record hold the largest single encampment where 100% of the individuals were housed, we need to stop talking about this and we need action. We need action that is providing equity and justice for the areas that have borne the burden of carrying the load, that is implementing successfully protocols as we have developed with the Paxton and Bradley protocols. We need to start making some headway here. And we have to identify where the common ground lies to make sure that when we go through the task of identifying the right alignment of individuals to be housed, that we can then protect those public spaces for the community to enjoy. And so I want to make sure that we, again, just I'm praying for a resolution to this because our communities are demanding it. They're frustrated by the lack of movement on it, and we can't continue to just talk about this and say, oh, well, we can't do it in my district. It's not fair to districts like mine, who have said, yeah, you know what, it's difficult. We can't find it, but we will find it, and we have found it. And it's, I think, again, part of this solution of developing these efforts by district helps to obligate everybody to do their part, because we all know that disproportionately some districts are carrying the burden up more than others. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Buscaino, you might have to call on the next member.
Yeah, I just noticed okay, I just recognize that. So Mr. Lee, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I honestly believe that we're all trying to accomplish the same goals here. The goals set by, Judge Carter, but also many of you have not only, stopping there, you're trying to do so much more in your communities. And for me, in this short time, maybe in the last 6 months, I have 3 projects up and going. And I know Council District 12 always we haven't had as much permanent supportive housing, but now we are trying to do our part. And I need to show my community that these housing sites are helping people get off the streets. And so what, these ordinances that we're talking about today do exactly that. So I need to show them that they're helping clean up, that area, if that's their major concern. Because, I know my community wants to help, but I also understand their concerns when, one is being built near them. So not only am I showing that community, hey, this is going to be cleaned up, we're able to enforce these ordinances, and what we're trying to promise them, and some of our colleagues in trying to help them build these projects, because they're talking to their community and saying to them, if you support this project going there, then we will make sure that there's an area created as a sort of, lack of a better term, a type of buffer zone around that project to show those people that it is a balance right now of how we're trying to address this crisis. But why it's extremely important for me is I have these 3 projects going up. I'm going to have the rest of my communities looking at these 3 projects. And if these 3 projects have, there are tents on the streets around them, and it actually creates a worse situation that was there, create a worse situation now than there was before, they're going to look at it and say, there's no way I'm going to support, a project in my district. But if we do keep the sites clean, if their area around it is, I think that if they notice a difference and that we're truly helping people get off the streets, they're going to actually come to me with potential sites where we can build more housing in the future. Councilman, Bonin, makes a statement that that we don't have the stock. So why even have this debate? But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create more stock. We're trying to strike that balance. And, when he says that, many people in our community say, that there are some in the house community that don't want the help. And Councilman Bonin says he disagrees. Well, those people in my community that question, why are we building? Because these people won't accept the services. We can show them they are wrong, that if the rooms fill up. And if what Councilman Bonin says is true, that the rooms will fill up, there are less people out there that will turn down these services, then we have nothing to worry about. The only time we enforce this ordinance is if we have the rooms that, that we offer rooms that are still available and they turn them down, which I honestly don't think it's going to be the case, but it's something that we can offer them to show them that if their concerns are true, it's our way of saying that if your concerns are true, then we will enforce. So this is just a tool for us to work with our community to help us provide more beds. We're trying to get people off the streets. Even organizations like Hope of the Valley support us having some type of buffer zone around their facilities because they know that they won't be seen as a success if around whatever projects they're working on don't look, if they are not looked upon like they're helping cleaning up some of the streets. So it's just, I don't understand, because we all say it's not okay for people to be dying on our streets. And I'm just asking about you to be open, even though I know this is discussion, but that sometime in the future that this, this subject come up again, that I'm asking for you guys to help me and help some of the other council members build what we are trying to do. We are trying to build more beds. And so I hope this is a discussion that comes up soon and we take a vote on it very soon. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much actually for facilitating this very much needed discussion. Although I stood opposed to the enforcement action that we tabled in October, I want to make sure that I'm clear on how deeply I appreciate and understand the need to clean our streets and protect all of our community members. Too many of the residents in our districts have worked too hard for too many years to be able to afford a better quality of life for their families, only to look out their windows today and see the impacts of the decisions that they didn't make. So I think kudos to you, Madam President, as well as the other council members. I just heard, from Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, and she made some very excellent points that I very much agree with. Listen, our constituents, our electorate have voted time and time again, reaching into their pockets only to see little in a way of real tangible results. And this is the new reality for so many new homeowners, as well as even renters across our city. And this across our city, quite frankly, is unconscionable. However, I do not think I'm alone on this council in believing that we simply cannot paint over the cracks by addressing the way this crisis looks instead of changing our response to the crisis with the urgency that it demands. Now, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 41,000 people living in our streets, while the largest share of those individuals are actually in my district. Now, I want to put this in context for everybody. The city of Sacramento has a total of 3,713 unhoused individuals. The city of San Diego, the whole city of San Diego, has 4,887 unhoused individuals. Believe it or not, the city of Chicago has 5,390 unhoused individuals. And the city of San Jose, our friends to the north of us, have 6,172 unhoused individuals. CD14, the district that I just assumed position, has over 8,000 individuals who are currently unhoused. That is more in one city council district than all of the city of San Diego, San Jose, as well as Sacramento, and believe it or not, the city of Chicago. But we know this is a citywide crisis. And I've said this before, but it bears repeating that this is an existential crisis for our city. As we're staring down the barrel of a deep economic crisis, homelessness inflicts enormous costs, as we all know, on our healthcare system, our public safety resources, and with the crisis spreading throughout the city, it's jeopardizing, as we know, our businesses as well as our economy. But not only is this an economic disaster, it's a moral plague that calls into question our ability as government. And when I say government, I'm talking about everybody, from Congress to the state legislature, to county and city, to properly care for our citizens. We all like to think that our Los Angeles as a world-class city, but driving around any one of our districts tells a vastly different story, that the California dream written into the DNA of this system that is simply coming apart at the seams. So let me be very clear that I know that all of us understand the scope and the scale of this crisis. And a lot of council members, in fact, every single one, has been working overtime in our respective districts to address it. But right now, we have an impressive tapestry of creative ideas quilted together by our offices and by advocates on the ground to bring people indoors, whether it be pallet shelters, whether it be underutilized hotel spaces, et cetera. But what we don't have as of yet right now, and I'm sure there is room for interpretation or debate, is what we don't have is a coordinated strategy, no roadmap. It feels like what's missing in our approach to solving this crisis is a clearly defined goal, a North Star, if you will, and a coordinated plan to accomplish that goal with urgency and accountability. At all costs, we must avoid receivership, a receivership situation where the federal courts starts making decisions for us. But without a North Star, a guiding objective, that's exactly where we're headed. Clearly, the class action lawsuits, I think it's the LA Alliance versus the City of LA, are not just about the homeless under our freeway underpasses and overpasses, but about an unhoused community forced to take shelter in more and more neighborhoods. So receivership would strip us of local control, our ability to set budget priorities, local planning decision-making, and essentially reduce us all to powerless figureheads, incapable of truly serving the people who have elected us to represent them. Yes, we need a plan to enforce our public safety laws, without question, to clean our streets, without a doubt. But our first step must be to come together and establish a comprehensive citywide plan to solve this crisis that utilizes our partnerships at all the federal, state, and county levels. In conclusion, Madam President and colleagues, what I'm most impressed about is that everyone on council gets it. The question is, what we need is to establish that North Star so we have a comprehensive guiding plan to deal with the 41,000 individuals who are sleeping on our streets today. Now, with the potential settlement, if there is going to be one, and who knows if there will be one, with Judge David Carter, with the City of LA and LA Alliance, if we do, our jobs, and I have every confidence that we will do it, by spring of next year, 2021, we'll have 6,700 people under a roof. And that will cut us down to 34,000. But we still do need a plan. What Paul Corrett said a few moments ago is also right on point. There's things that are beyond our control with regards to mental health issues, as well as inflation greatly outpacing stagnant wages, salaries. Those are big macro issues at a federal level that we're gonna have to deal with, without question, with the incoming administration. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we can piecemeal our way, we can walk, limp along and meander, or we have to establish that North Star so we can have that comprehensive plan where we can all join forces together and meet that goal for the City of LA, for the people of LA. So, Madam President, I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just say to the members of the council and the public that have made comments that I share your hope and your frustration. The need to provide safe housing, safe shelter, I think is paramount for all of us, no matter what our districts are. And as has been commented, we also have an obligation to provide safe passage for businesses, for residents and others as we help to clear our streets. We have and certainly the objective is not to criminalize or to penalize, but to provide real assistance and help. In CD9, we've got some 2,000 individuals in shelters, another 2,500 on the streets. Of those on the streets, some 500 along the freeways, from Adams down to Manchester. And it has really been a challenge and a target because these areas are near schools, they're near streets, they are near neighborhoods that have been impossible and impassable. I think that in CD9, while we have over 720 public supportive housing units in the pipeline coming on soon, another 500 affordable housing units coming on. In fact, this last week we opened up a facility with 36 beds for TAY individuals and 14 beds for families. And we've got other projects in the pipeline that are going to be housing veterans, families, singles, doing safe parking, temporary pallet shelters and all. But we've got to do more, and we got to do better. our inability to clean up the streets after we were able to remove our homeless neighbors has just been totally frustrating. We'd be able to move, for example, 100 or so individuals off the streets, but without the ability to really clean up the area afterwards, the encampments still are available. Individuals sometimes will come to the bridge housing during the day, during the evening, and during the day they're at the encampment. And it's just a frustrating situation that doesn't provide any help at all. I think Judge Carter's approach is the right track. It's certainly a better track than what we've been on. And while we can't house everybody at once, we are able to house some. And as we are housing those, I think we need to be able to make some cleanups as well. Mr. Bonner makes the point that we don't have enough beds, we don't have a way of tracking it, and all that's true. But we do have the ability to make placements, and I think we should be doing that. And when we're making those placements, we ought to have some mechanism for trying to clean an area up so that it is, so that our neighbors can, and those who are in those situations can feel that we really do care and are doing something about it. While this is certainly an interim step, it's not going to be the final solution. It is an interim step as these housing units come online, not just in CD9, but around the city. But it's important, I think, that we take a collateral approach in providing housing, be it temporary or permanent, providing housing, but also providing a mechanism that cleans the streets in a way that demonstrates that we're serious to our neighbors, to our businesses, and to our homeless individuals as well. We've got to do more, Madam President, and we got to do it quicker. But I think we're on the track if we can get something done now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I think we all agree that our approach to homelessness must be a housing first approach. I know that. I know we all agree on that. In my district, let me remind the city that I'm bringing online pallet shelters, permanent supportive housing units, a bridge home, rapid rehousing, Project Room Key, California Home Key, and we're proud to have the first navigation center outside of Skid Row, and much more. I've tripled my 222 HHH pledge. I've not one, not two, but 3 bridge home sites where people are moving into permanent housing and getting the jobs and services that they need. I've asked ITA to display one of 2 photos, 1 or 2 slides I want to share with you. We need to manage the crisis on our streets, colleagues. When we discussed the Mitchell settlement, which I voted against, I put up this same photo before you. Clearly shows a mother and daughter walking in the street to get around an encampment that is completely blocking the entire sidewalk. I asked you then, and I ask you now, what do we tell this mother? What do I tell my residents of the Harbor City Mobile Park that they're sandwiched between the 110 freeway and my largest encampment that has completely blocked the sidewalk on Lomita Boulevard? There are over 10,000 miles of sidewalks in the city of LA, and the opponents of this ordinance are trying to suggest that if we set any rules, any restrictions on where someone can set up camp or how much public space they can take up, that we are criminalizing homelessness. We clearly need to have reasonable rules and regulations on our sidewalks. Otherwise, we'll continue to witness the deterioration of everyone's quality of life in the city. My second slide I want to share with you, members, is something that we've been talking about on the importance of shared sacrifice. Some of these advocates, they say nothing about our neighboring cities, all of which have ordinances in place that truly do make it a crime to be homeless by prohibiting camping, property storage, vehicle dwelling, or RV parking across every square inch within their respective city limits. Can you please share that slide? Take a look at this, members. The failure of our neighboring cities to build housing, with the exception, I would say, Redondo Beach, who's building 25 pallet units, Alhambra building 40 permanent supportive housing units, Gardena now considering a pallet shelter, so thank you very much. But it clearly puts an unfair burden on our residents and taxpayers. This slide before you shows that of the 88 cities, I would say 87, 86 of them have an anti-homeless ordinance in place. So other cities' only solution is to use law enforcement to push the problem across their borders into LA. I want to thank my colleagues, my staff who worked on this map to clearly share a picture that when the sheriff department moved an encampment into the Harbor City area next to the Harbor City Mobile Park, they were allowed to do so because the city of Alameda had an anti-camping enforcement ordinance on the books. Now, this ordinance that we're talking about today does not make a crime to be homeless. It's about managing the crisis on our streets. And most importantly, it's about striking a better balance. And I hope this slide shares a clear picture, something that Mr. Bonner and I have talked about. You know, he's got Culver City, and we share that same photo in the underpass, that on the city of LA side, we have mass encampments, and on the Culver City side is perfectly free and clear. So we have to balance the rights of the homeless to sleep, an unavoidable consequence, as I shared with you, an unavoidable consequence of being human, with the rights of the 4 million other residents in this city to access safe and sanitary sidewalks, because sidewalks belong to all of us. Thank you, IT, for sharing that slide. Now, sleeping and owning property are also unavoidable consequences of being human, but completely blocking the sidewalk and forcing young children to walk in the streets, forcing individuals who are wheelchair bound to be pushed onto the street is not safe. And as it currently stands, there are no rules on our sidewalks today. And that's not fair to our residents, our businesses, our housed and unhoused, and it's not compassionate. We must continue supporting more housing solutions while creating a better balance on our sidewalks. Something that I've said over and over and over. So if we truly want to solve homelessness, then not only does every single district need a complete housing continuum of care, but also we need every other city in the county to step up to the plate and do the same thing. Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
Mute. Madam Chair and colleagues, thank you for this conversation. Let me, first of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for permitting this opportunity for us to discuss this. It is a conversation that is timely. It's a conversation that must be had. It's a conversation that gives us an ability to pull our resources together so that we could address this problem that has been well described by everybody. I think, let me offer as a response to those clamoring for a citywide solution to this problem. And let me just say, with all due respect, that I think this citywide solution, the North Star, the plan, is simply can be encapsulated in one word: build. We heard all morning from the caller-in community talking about we need housing, we need housing, we need housing. Almost without exception, everyone said that. So it seems to me that the way to do that is to build housing, is to use our tools and resources to make all the housing that's necessary. Mr. De Leon noted that we needed 41,000 units of housing. I want to talk to you about my experiences and my frustrations in my district. Because I think the challenge that confronts us is, we hear constantly that this is one of the richest cities, the most important cities, one of the cities of the world. What we're lacking, though, is a leadership and an ethic and a spirit and a commitment to address this concern. And too frequently, we easily opt out with a legal response or a bureaucratic response, and we are not raising to the level of our rhetoric, of our emotion, our commitment to build housing. And so let me tell you what my situation is right now in the 1st District. I have a capacity to build 580 units right now, to put 580 units of housing, beds and housing to address these concerns right now. But I'm being blocked by the lack of will, the lack of spirit from the bureaucracy, from the CAO, from the advocates, from the Conservancy. So let me walk you real quick. I've got 124 units for our eminent domain. It's taken us over 2 years. We're working on this. I'm going to need your support today. I'm going to need your vote on a proposal to use COVID relief money to make this purchase. It is challenging because I know that the CA probably doesn't think this is the way to go. I've got 70 units right up the street on Sunset, where a developer is ready to build 70 units. 20 units will be affordable. But to do so, he has to move 8 units, 8 bungalows. The Conservancies, Echo Park, Silver Lake, LA, don't want those units moved. So we're going to forego 20 brand new units of affordable housing, coupled within 70 units, because the Conservancy doesn't want it. It's not perfect. We are making perfection the enemy of the good. I've got 111 beds that I can build on Humboldt. The CAO says they don't like them. I have 70 beds that I can build on Main Street. The CAO didn't like the project. The land wasn't level enough. I have 20 beds today that I have available at La Posada. You've heard this project for years. It was part of a grander project that Claudia Medina, the attorney, sued, delayed the project, put the project in limbo, and then lost the $1 million that we were going to have for La Posada. Is now gone because the project is delayed, and therefore 20 of the 65 beds for single women, new mothers, is in jeopardy because it wasn't perfect, right? We were only doing 115 units of affordable housing in a 400-unit project, and that was not enough. I've got 20 to 40 beds on Alvarado, and that the CAO says we don't have an exit sign, and we don't have a ramp, and therefore we can't build there. I've got 140 beds on Ann Street. The CAO doesn't like the project. I had 80 units of well-designed, affordable projects when I came into office. Jesse Rosas and Dan Wright didn't like the definition of affordability, so they sued us. The delays lost the developer money. Not only do I not have those parking lots with the housing built, but it jeopardized the projects this developer had on Alvarado, and then jeopardized his projects on San Fernando Road. That is 581 units, I believe, of housing that could be built. That has nothing to do with a plan or a North Star. You know what that has to do? It has to do with an unwillingness of us to make a commitment to build housing. That's what that has to do with. I mean, there's not an ethic. There's not a leadership to say, you know what? It's not perfect, but we have to build. Now, we've built 16,000 units of housing since I came in. When I came in, we were the last in the city in building permits. We've done 16,000 units of housing, 4,000 permanent, supportive, and affordable within that. 25% of the units that's within that 16,000 are permanent, supportive housing and affordable. And so if you multiply that 4,000 times all 15 districts, that would be 60,000 units of affordable housing and permanent supportive housing. And so I say this to you because the only contribution I can offer here is that we must build. It is the presupposition that Mr. Bonin talks about before we go forward with these other proposals. The conversation is not premature, but to take an action, Madam Chair, and you were wise in your decision for us not to take an action today. It's wise on your part for us not to take an action because we need to have more housing before we can begin this process. We need to make sure that the people who are engaged in moving people off the sidewalks are not LAPD. We've been unfair in burdening them with too many assignments that are beyond their course and scope of their duties. But ultimately, it is up to each and every single one of us. Yes, we can clamor for a citywide plan. Mr. De Leon, you are new to this council. I will advise you to look at the plan that the CAO, Miguel Santana, wrote. Look at the work, the incredible work that Marquise Harris-Dawson and Jose Huizar did when they began their efforts. Look at the accomplishments of the HHH. But I think we need to go past the plans, past the rhetoric, and really move into a real will and commitment on everyone involved. The people who call in with great passion, I have yet to hear them at any of my hearings when we want to build a mixed use and a mixed income development. When they do speak, they want more, and they undermine the very ability for us to build those 4,000 units. You don't get to 4,000 without going through the first unit and building it unit by unit. And so let me call upon all those who participate in this conversation today to focus their attention, their energy on building and doing all that we can to make sure that we build. Let's not let bureaucratic responses, rhetorical responses interfere with our ability to do what we can in one of the richest cities of the world and make sure that there is the housing that's needed so that we can proceed with the other plans. And as one of the callers said, each and every one of us should be treated with the dignity and respect that the Lord intended. I thank you.
Mr. Harris-Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. A special thanks to the chair for facilitating this conversation. I'm one who's typically frustrated when we have to have discussions with no action, but this issue is one of the tough ones that requires extended discussion, and so I thank you for facilitating it, and thank you for the members who've spoken. I want to add to this conversation a few things that I have not heard yet, or a few perspectives that have come to mind. One is that it's very difficult to have this discussion when a item that is about enforcement is talked about as if it's a way to deal with homelessness. The advocates do it. I think we've done it. This motion is not about homelessness. It doesn't do anything to improve homelessness. It doesn't propose to. It says it's about clearing the streets, which is our responsibility. It's something that we have to do. But by talking about homelessness, what we do is, I think we avoid the details of what it means to keep our streets clean. I, for one, I will own, and I might get more protesters for saying this. I don't believe there has to be a unit of housing for every single human being before we say to somebody, you can't have an unlimited amount of stuff on the sidewalk blocking it for everybody to pass. I don't buy it. That doesn't seem like a reality, especially given the situation. If you drive around my district in South LA, you see vacated apartments. You see apartments full of furniture and clothing on the curb all the time, even though we're not even supposed to be having evictions right now. You see that because people are simply vacating apartments because they can't afford it now and they don't know when they're going to be able to afford it. So as long as you have this moving target, the idea that you're going to ever come up with enough units to house everybody is, again, a little bit of pie in the sky and highly, highly aspirational, even though I agree with the aspiration. So what do we say about our sidewalks? And what's very, very important to me, and I have not heard yet, I know Councilwoman Rodriguez referred to protocols. I'm eager to see those. What happens once we step up and decide that we're going to govern? What happens when either a person who has a place to live or we've given a place to live insists on being on the sidewalk in a way that blocks the sidewalk? What are we going to do? Are we going to send 10 men there with guns and billy clubs? What are we going to do? And again, I'm not saying anybody has proposed any of it. I'm just saying I want to know clearly what we're going to do and what the expectation could be, because we've gotten in trouble about this before. I take a little bit of issue with Mr. Buscaino's map, even though I appreciate the sentiment and agree with it. In fact, the entire county of Los Angeles has laws against camping and sleeping in cars and sleeping on the sidewalk. We have one too. We just don't enforce it because we got sued because of the way we were enforcing it. And we decided to settle that suit. So in fact, everybody in LA County has it. We just got in trouble because of the way we carried it out. So I think to shine some light on this discussion, I would love to hear more about how we will carry out enforcement, under what terms we're going to carry out enforcement. Mr. Blumenfeld raised the case. We gave housing to somebody and they decide they want to spend the weekends under the bridge. Yeah, so how do we deal with that? Does an officer who doesn't know who they are or what their story is come and deal with it? Does an outreach worker deal with it? Does an intervention worker deal with it? Let's nail that down so we know how we're going to deal with it. I think it can be done in a just way. I think it can be done in a humane way. And I think it can be done in a way that provides an improved quality of life for the people who do have to sleep on the streets for whatever reason. It can create, again, rules of the road. You have homeless people who have to move from one sidewalk to another because of the behavior of some of the people that are on the streets. And we say, oh, you're all homeless, so we're not going to do anything about any of it at any time. I will note there's a homicide. One homeless person on another homeless person in the South Bureau just this weekend. Predictably, a fight over space. So we abdicate our responsibility when we say, how many ever years it takes us to build a unit of housing for every person on the street, we're just going to let the sidewalks go. I think we got to get down and do the hard work. And again, I believe it's tough. It is not as simple as what I see other cities in the county doing, sending an armed person to go scare the person into moving. Like that's not an acceptable solution. We got to do something that says, these are the people's sidewalks. They belong to all of us. All of us should be able to pass. How do we move you from the place where you're not honoring that to the place where you are? And so the quicker we can have that discussion, I think the better off and closer we'll be to actually taking action on securing our sidewalks, which again, is our responsibility just as much as housing homeless people is our responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Harris Dawson. Mr. Bonin?
Thanks, Madam President. I'm not going to sort of re-engage the broad discussion. Just wanted to make 2 quick points. One, I want to correct the record on Culver City. Culver City does have encampments now, and they have been working closely with me and with Judge Carter, even though they're not part of the lawsuit, to try to find ways to work jointly with us to house people who are living under a freeway at the juncture of CD11, CD5 in Culver City. There used to be a different issue in Culver City, but they've been good partners now, and I just want to be fair and give them the shout out on that. And the second, because I've now heard this from a couple council members about the CAO's office. I think as a body, we need to make something abundantly clear, and I hope we can do it unanimously. The CAO should not be in the position of vetoing projects, period. The CAO shouldn't, general manager shouldn't. A council member in the middle of this crisis should not have to be fighting city agencies to get something done. If the CAO or a general manager wants to lodge concerns and explain why it might not be a good idea, that's great. But no council member whether it's me or Mr. Koretz or Mr. Cedillo, should be roadblocked from trying to do something in response to this humanitarian crisis or in response to Judge Carter by someone who is not elected. And I think it's very important that this body make that clear, because it's outrageous for an elected official to want to try to help solve this problem and for the bureaucracy to get in the way of that. Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, thank you for this discussion. This is how we, enlighten ourselves by hearing each other out, and it's been a wonderful conversation. I just want to give some context to this overall conversation to underscore the magnitude of what the city of Los Angeles is dealing with and what the city of Los Angeles must overcome. I first want to say that, to Mr. Cedillo's point in terms of the bureaucratic challenges, absolutely, we face them as well. And I just want to let you know, Mr. Cedillo and everyone else, is that in the 13th, we're well over the 2,000 units of permanent supportive housing, much of it not funded through HHH, by the way, and covenanted affordable units on our way to 3,000 in the 13th district. And we're very, very proud of that. And so, yes, if we do the math and we can multiply in the thousands across the entire city, then we're really getting somewhere. So that was a great point. Count me in on that as an approach. And Mr. De Leon talked about some statistics in terms of the magnitude. Well, here they are. So these are 2020 numbers. The homeless population in the entire United States is 567,000 people. That's 567,000 plus individuals who are unhoused on our streets every day of the year in all types of weather. Of that 565,000 plus people who are homeless in the United States, we have in Los Angeles 7.23% of the entire homeless population in the United States resides in Los Angeles. Now, LA City, our population of 4 million, is 1.22% of the US population. If we had a homeless population commensurate with the population that we have as a city, we would have about 6,000 people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. That just isn't our reality. We have this crisis of an unbelievable magnitude, and we need to really just deal with those facts. Now, here we are in the county. So Los Angeles is roughly 40% of the population of Los Angeles County. But the city of Los Angeles has 62% of Los Angeles County's homeless population. Those are just some sobering statistics that we need to always keep in mind as we approach this. And as Mr. Cedillo said, and as everyone else has conveyed, we really need to ramp it up as never before on all fronts. Services, mental health services. We need to reevaluate exactly how those services are offered. We need to reevaluate what the roadblocks are to producing the whole entire spectrum of housing, be it shelter temporarily, whether it be cabin communities, and of course, ultimately, real homes for people who are experiencing homelessness. And lastly, I will just say that we need to constantly arm ourselves with the facts and the data, develop that plan of action, keep it going, execute that plan of action through our partnerships and our collaborations. And that will put us in very good shape. It's going to take a lot of work, but we absolutely have to doggedly and determinedly approach this no matter what obstacles come our way. So I just wanted to put some things into context as a bookend to this conversation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
I'll be quick. I really just wanted to give a chance for our city attorney to speak. And also I appreciated what everybody's been saying, especially Mr. Harris Dawson, noting that this is not about our solution to homelessness. We need all these things we've talked about are our solution to homelessness when it comes to building housing. This is really a much more discrete issue. But I wanted to open it up to the city attorney, who's been patiently listening to us, and open it up with a question by asking, how can we regulate or prohibit limited areas in a way that is both legal and in a way that does not criminalize people? Is that doable in your opinion, and how would it be done?
Thank you. Can you hear me, council members?
Yes, Valerie, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Certainly, at least under the Martin versus Boise opinion out of the Ninth Circuit, the city council may try to prevent camping in discrete areas of the city. And I believe that the motion that we were asked to draft and did draft did that in terms of allowing a process for the council to, by resolution, designate certain areas in the city near freeways and near new homeless facilities as areas where no dwelling would be permitted. It's up to the council, and we've provided, the city attorney himself has provided the city council with a variety of policy options about how to do that, including whether to criminalize it. As you note in our ordinance, we did allow for diversion programs because, again, no one wants to criminalize homelessness, and we want to work together to try to get people the treatment and services and housing they need. But as many of you have noted, sometimes you do need some enforcement mechanism, even if it's not criminal, to do that. And so having an ordinance that allows for diversion is one way we've suggested that you may head in terms of your policy options to achieve that goal. You can also add in warnings to the ordinance. In addition to the posted signs in areas where you don't want encampments, you could require people be given an oral warning and a chance to relocate. So there are many different policy options to ensure that the services and outreach takes priority, and that enforcement is a last option, not a first option.
Is there anything else you wanted to add on this subject?
No, we're here to answer any questions you have, and we look forward to continued discussion of this. We do believe that we need to fix our current ordinances, so we appreciate the speed with which you can look at this and make the policy calls that we know are difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Members, are there any other comments you would like to make or any questions for our city attorney before we move on? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for participating. There's been a lot of questions in terms of how this all got scheduled, both 2 weeks ago and today. And members, if you recall, when I became your council president, I made it very clear that having discussions and debate in public was something that I was very much in favor of, and something that you were all asking for as well. So whenever we have that opportunity, we should take advantage of it. But I will tell you this. Some of you know that I do not beat around the bush, and some of you know that I take very clear positions on what I'm passionate about. And we've got to ensure that these discussions are not just for the sake of hearing ourselves speak, but that we're very clear that the moment will come when we're going to have to make a decision. Take an up or down vote, that is our job. It is very difficult to hear some of the rhetoric out there, some of the misinformation, and I understand that some of you have come under a lot of attack. You've been personally threatened along with your family, and I completely sympathize with that. We are living through very uncertain times, but at the same time, we have an obligation to make decisions. That's what we were elected to do. And so in moving forward with this item, I would like to send it back to Homeless and Poverty for further discussion, and I do expect this item to return to council in the near future, along with other pending motions in Homeless and Poverty Committee that also need our attention, and for us to make a decision on moving forward with all of these ordinances that are very controversial, that will not solve every single issue related to homelessness, but we have to continue moving on a path forward. For the past 7 years, I've seen pondering, I've seen people talk on either side about some of these complicated issues, and all we are doing is kicking the can down the road, and that has got to stop. We have an opportunity through negotiating with Judge Carter and the county on determining how many beds we're going to dedicate toward this effort, what that means in terms of the dollar figure for the county to pay for services, which we're very dedicated to making sure that happens. Along the way, we have to talk about outreach, which I've had concerns with, and along the way, we have to talk about some sort of enforcement piece to make sure that we can clear our sidewalks and keep them clear. All these decisions are going to be difficult, but all these decisions are coming in the near future. So I just want to make sure people understand that, because I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't when it comes to opening up for discussions in council. So there's no win here. And I understand the criticism is fierce and it's demoralizing at times, but we have to be very clear as to what our jobs are here today, and that is to make decisions and sometimes to make really tough calls. And so with that, members, I'd like to send this to Homeless and Poverty for further discussion with an expectation of a time certain for this item to come back to this body for a vote. So without objection, that will be the order. Ms. Rodriguez, I'd like to refer to you. You have a Rule 23 that you would like to discuss. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Colleagues, the Rule 23 resolution that has been circulated is for the city to take a stance in requesting that the county repeal the outdoor dining restrictions proposed to begin tomorrow, Wednesday, November 25th, 2020. Last week, the Los Angeles County established thresholds for additional actions if cases and hospitalizations increased, which specifically called out the prohibition of outdoor and indoor dining at restaurants, breweries, wineries, and bars. Because of the 5-day average of new cases increased to more than 4,000 cases this past Saturday, the health officer order is being modified to prohibit in-person dining at restaurants, breweries, wineries, and bars effective Wednesday the 25th. While the current rise in cases is cause for concern and deserves intervention, the county should seek other options to tighten belts across sectors equitably and reserve the tightest restrictions for activities data proves are the leading causes of the outbreaks. The Board of Supervisors is in the process of discussing these modifications and the health order today. I ask that this resolution be adopted today pursuant to Rule 23 of the rules of the City Council, since there is a need to take immediate action on this matter and that the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's council meeting.
I'll second.
That's been seconded by Mr. Buscaino. Members, these are the findings. Mr. City Attorney, do you want to speak to that? Because we're going to take 2 votes, and if I can just go through the process on Rule 23. Ms. Rodriguez just made the findings. We have to vote on those that have been seconded by Mr. Buscaino. Okay. We're going to take public comment, and then we're going to vote on the item.
That's precisely right. So we'll start with the vote on the findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2. Assuming that passes, then we take public comment, as you said, and then
very well. Thank you. Mr. Cedillo, do you have questions on the finding before we take a vote on the findings?
Were the findings articulated? I don't know what the findings are.
Yes, she articulated them.
That we had hit the level above 4,000 for the last week or the 5 consecutive days. That's the finding?
Yeah, I can do a very quick summary if it's helpful.
Mr. City Attorney, can you just go ahead and do that?
Yeah. So since the posting of the agenda, it became clear that the county public health order, which was modified, is going to require eliminating outdoor dining at restaurants, and there's an immediate need to act because the order takes effect tomorrow. So those are the findings that we would be voting on. The substance about whether to request the county to rescind that order will be dealt with after public comment if the findings are met.
Made clear to you, Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, I'll reserve my comments for after the, no objection to the public findings. I'll reserve my comments for.
Okay, any other questions on the findings before we take a vote? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on the findings. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Field aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuratz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
14 ayes, the findings are adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to public comment on this item, so let's go ahead and open the phone lines. We need to, Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and read the calling information, the number I should say, and then we're going to have the city attorney just explain our speaking rules. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam President. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call area code 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Again, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak.
And for members of the public calling in to speak, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number, or if you're blocked another number, other identifying information, please press star 6 immediately to unmute yourself. You'll have 1 minute to speak, and it's on the special item that Ms. Rodriguez articulated. That's the only thing you may speak on. Please, I know you may be listening on your other devices or computer. Please keep one ear to the phone because we want to get through as many people as we can in approximately 10 minutes of public comment. So as soon as we announce your information on the telephone that you're listening to, please immediately press star 6 to unmute yourself, and it'll be your turn to speak. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the first caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6523, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Hi, yeah, you guys already voted on it, but I just want to say it's obviously frustrating to hear the president talk about how demoralized she is. We're talking about opening up restaurants again in a pandemic. They will take up sidewalk space. Yet, coming right off the heels of you guys spending the last 2 hours talking about ways to remove homeless people from sidewalks.
Can you speak to Rule 23, please?
Speaker, stick to the issue of the Rule 23 that was articulated regarding the dining at restaurants and the public health order. I think we've lost the speaker.
Okay, let's move on to the next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5137, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Yes, I believe the previous caller told me she was muted. She actually wasn't able to continue her comment. My name is Jamie Penn. I'm a representative for the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council, Subdistrict 3, and a member of DSA LA. My comment on this is very similar to what the previous caller was trying to say, is that this is just really frustrating to see a program like this being the solution. I mean, the enforcement and criminalization tool that was just discussed, and all the time was just spent on.
Speaker, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. And to everybody, the only thing you may speak about now is the Rule 23 motion that Ms. Rodriguez just introduced regarding outdoor dining and the county public health order. If you dial in for anything else, we will cut you off. We're trying to get through speakers on that item only. So let's move on to the next speaker.
That money could be used for instead of blocking the sidewalks for only.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5803, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Van Horn. I am a resident and business owner in downtown Los Angeles, and I'm a proud registered Democrat, as are most of the members of this board. As Democrats, we've long been the party of science, and so far all the science has said that responsibly socially distanced outdoor dining does not significantly contribute to the spread of COVID-19. Science promoted by this body, by the county and state. If the science no longer supports us, I think the county needs to show us that data, and if so, most restaurant owners will happily comply. But if this is just arbitrary, it comes off as punitive right around the holidays, and I don't think this is something we can afford to do. Mitigation certainly is it serious, but not this arbitrary decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5436, please press star 6.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, it's really hard to believe that here we are, 6 months, 7 months later, with numbers skyrocketing past where we were in the early spring, and now, we're saying this is okay, and restaurants are building permanent structures on the sidewalk for people to dine in. That's enclosed indoor seating. I know Joey Buckets was very worried about the sidewalks, but he doesn't seem to care about it when it's permanent indoor seating for restaurants on the sidewalk. Very strange. This is stupid. Don't do this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0899, please press star 6.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Stacy Dawson Stearns. I just want to ask the CMs, have you even given one moment of thought about the children who are missing out on their education and their development, being around other kids? And how can people leave their kids at home when they go to work? You can't fucking open the businesses until there's kids back in school, okay? Put your minds together. I'm so fucking sick of this lying ass body of people. I can't. No, Falvo, I can talk. I can say what I want. It's my turn.
No, I'm cutting you off. Please move on. Get on topic right now. We're moving to the next speaker.
Okay, I'm on topic right now, Falvo. Thank you so much. I'm on the topic of you actually discussing opening restaurants and rolling over an ordinance because you are being pressured to open up. How about be pressured to figure this the fuck out? How about be pressured to cancel rent so that restaurants aren't so desperate? It's the servers who are going to be paying the price. And it's the kids who are paying the price. I'm so fucking sick of your dancing around. You're just a bunch of liars. Fuck off.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1108, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Yeah, hi, it's Daniel Gus. I want to thank all of you for this. This is the right and direct and immediate thing to do. There are tons of small families and their workers and their owners and their customers who depend on these businesses, and this completely arbitrary nonsense that Steve Gregory at KFI asked about, and they didn't have the statistics available yesterday when they're talking about destroying people's lives. This is good action to take. In the city of Los Angeles, we believe in personal responsibility. We have vaccines around the corner. People know this can be a deadly thing. We know how to stay apart from one another for the month or 2 or 3 until we can all get the vaccine made available to us. I live near Casa Vega. They did everything right. Not one giant tent, but 2, and masks and distance. Don't destroy these people's lives or businesses or their livelihoods or their careers or everything else. This is a good thing to do. Personal responsibility. Make it freedom of choice in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gus. Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0950, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23.
Yes, hi, my name is Lisa Redmond, and I am not pleased with this decision. I think we need to follow the county health guidelines. It's absolutely ridiculous that outdoor dining has suddenly become indoor dining because of the cool weather and the giant catering tents that have occurred. I understand people are going to go out of business. I understand people are hurting financially, but so is everyone. And we can't make accommodations for just certain people and certain industries. We all have to suffer together, solidarity in that. But it's most offensive that we have to discuss privatization of public spaces, of sidewalks, right after we're discussing removing homeless from those sidewalks too. So where's the transparency and the equity in that? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4208, please press star 6.
Hey,
please state your name and
Font.
speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Yep. Thanks for disconnecting me earlier. I just think put yourself in the position of a frontline worker whose boss is in the back room and refuses to put on a mask like our council president. That puts the employees in a really sticky situation. When it comes to alfresco, where is your cognizance about the ADA there and making sure our sidewalks are navigable? It's sad to see this council joining Catherine Barger in trying to undermine public health in this county. And frankly, it's just you putting revenue over people because you have budget problems and you're afraid to touch LAPD. You got to keep those restaurants open and keep that tax revenue coming in. For all that you say about caring about Black and brown lives, poor people, frontline communities, where are you right now? You're putting them on the chopping block and risking their families, everything, all because of tax revenue. It's absolutely pathetic. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And I yield my time. Fuck you.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6809, please press star 6.
Hi, this is Bridget. Thanks for letting us speak. I live in Los Angeles now, but I grew up, my parents had a restaurant in Philadelphia. I spent my life working in restaurants. One time I waited on Michael Kors and he used a lot of Splenda. This is awful. It is awful that you would send people out to serve other people. That's the word, to serve other people. Your job, the agreement you made, is to keep your community safe. You know this isn't doing that. Money doesn't keep people safe. We need community care. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1642, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Hello, my name is Susan Winsberg from Hollywood, and I think this is great. Businesses should not be put out of business because of COVID. I think it's terrible. It's not safe for people to go out of business. Let people make their own decisions of what they want to do. And people can wear masks, and I think it's just the right thing to do to let restaurants still function. It's been heartbreaking to me to see all these small mom and pop businesses go bankrupt because of COVID. So do whatever you can to let the small businesses survive. This is the right thing to do. People can make up their own minds if they want to go out to eat, or if they even want to keep serving. I'm a waitress. I was for many, many years, and I would do it. I think everyone's being totally hysterical, and this is a great ruling. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with a phone number ending in 7666, please press star 6.
Hello, my name is Eddie Navarrete, resident in downtown LA and vice president of the Independent Hospitality Coalition and co-owner of 2 restaurants, one Aqua Mercat located at 408 South Main Street that closed early this year after PPP funds ran out, and the other restaurant, Orison Winston, which is 1,000 square feet or less. This will absolutely close our restaurant. We are formal dining that cannot be put in a box. The food service industry will be forced to homelessness, a problem all of LA has a severe problem with. For City of LA Controller Ron Alpern data since February, over 70,000 jobs were lost in the food service industry, more than any other industry in LA. Over 70,000 jobs, which based on census data, are 70% made up of people of color. This is whose lives will be impacted, not the folks who are able to work from home and quarantine with paid leave. There is no money, no paid leave, no insurance. We simply are terminated. This will have a counterproductive impact on our community, only favoring the larger corporate businesses or delivery programs who have us over a barrel. Please consider a report back on tangible data that is the answer before you put these folks to the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 7135, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Hi, my name is Cindy Cleghorn. I'm in Tujunga, and I own a small business in Tujunga. I just wanted to speak in support of the Rule 23, and thank you for taking action on this matter in support of small businesses. We need all the support we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 7006, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on the Rule 23 motion.
Lead from Encino, mommy! All general items, and my 1 minute on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Spindler,
and thank you.
You can only speak on the Rule 23. Please begin on that now.
Yes, 1 minute. So when you do a good job, Wayne from Encino will always tell you, you really surprised me on this one, man. You're standing up and delivering. I'm very, very proud of you guys for this. This is very, very good. I'm surprised. I didn't think you had the guts. You're going to save people from going bankrupt, okay? Because this is the work of Hilda Solis. Hilda Solis is taking the presidency of the county board. She wants to do this. Catherine Barger does not want to do it. Nuri does not want to do it. And Gil does not want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to keep everything open. Yes, on the findings. Yes, on the motion. This is fucking awesome. Let's do more of this.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8408, please press star 6. Please state your name and speak on.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. I think the really disappointing thing about this and what's happening today is that, regardless of where you fall on opening restaurants or not, all of this is just a symptom of the complete failure of this city council to actually take the action that needs to happen and provide for people. You continually pass the buck to the state or to the county or to the federal government instead of taking the action that we need to protect people and keep them safe during this pandemic. You've done that from the very beginning with refusing to cancel rent, with refusing to visit LAPD contracts to avoid furloughs on essential services that we actually need. You have failed again and again and again and again, and that's why we are in this situation again, 8 months after the beginning of this pandemic, where we have to make these decisions. And
Okay, members, that concludes public comment. Mr. Cedillo, did you want to ask your questions now that the item's before us? Let me make sure we have everyone that can answer questions in our meeting. Mr. City Attorney, can you handle questions? Okay. Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, just for purposes of comment. Thank you, Monica Rodriguez, for bringing this matter before us. I'm interested to know the number of jobs impacted. So let me say this. Yesterday, there were 6,000 people who were infected. The pandemic is at its peak. We have to take action with respect to this. I had a friend who just about died the other day. This is not a joke. But at the same time, our actions should be driven by a response that's specific, that's not overbroad, and that addresses the problem. And so there is this incredible spike. We cannot deny that. Early on, I was one of the first to bring notice to street vendors. The county thought I was overreacting. This is a very, very serious matter, and people are dying, and the numbers are going through the roof. Having said that, though, I think it's important for us to be data-driven, to make sure we know exactly that the response is appropriate. So, for example, 6,000 people were infected yesterday. We're above, I think it's 4,500 a day for the last week. We have a plan and a projection. The impacts in our hospitals will be very dramatic within 6 weeks. And so we should fashion a response that's appropriate to this. Restaurants account for 10 to 15% of the problem. And so there may be a possibility here for us to keep restaurants open under a very strict, more enhanced protocols, so that we can see if we can find the balance of saving jobs, which I can't understand why people diminish work. If you lament displacement, if you lament homelessness, if you lament poverty, I have a note for you. The solution to those three is a job. And I believe, coming from a working class community in Boyle Heights, the son of Marion Gilbert, my father steel worker, my mother a garment worker, that there is dignity in all work. So I don't know why anybody would lament the fact that we are grappling with losing tens of thousands of jobs and beginning to impact the very fabric of this great city, its economy, which is driven by service. It's the jobs in the restaurant, it's the jobs in the food industry, it's the jobs in the service industry, it's the deliveries. All these are factors of trying to keep these restaurants open and alive. I just can't understand why there's a lack of coherence from our critics who fail to understand that our same commitment to the homelessness is our same commitment to the working class, to working men and women of this city. And so I just want to know how many jobs are going to be impacted, and can we enhance the protocols? Closure at 10, for example, because there's research we didn't have in March and April, that shows that a lot of the infections are coming from 10 to 2. That we can make sure that there's greater awareness at the restaurants of the dangers, so that there is, the masks, so that there are all the things that are necessary that serve as the protocols to reduce the danger and the likelihood. 10% is a risk. 10 to 15% is a risk. 6,000 people yesterday, that would be 900 people who would get infected if we did nothing. And so we need to be very thoughtful about that, and I think while I appreciate bringing this forward, I think that we cannot do so and act on it without knowing all the facts. And I would like to know both the job impact and also what enhanced protocols that the author has in mind.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. This is a hard one for me. I've certainly been the strongest advocate for the most onerous enforcement. Some things that I think we should do instead of this step, such as mandatory masking with actual citations. That would not cost tens of thousands of jobs and businesses to close, but it probably would have more of an impact. I think that if there is indeed a 10% or so spread from restaurants, it doesn't entirely make sense. And it probably means that as outdoor restaurants, they're not engaging in adequate protocols. So I would do this instead if I had the opportunity. It would be to set a set of protocols, make them simple and understandable, should all fit on one page, not be a 20-page set of explanations, which I think we did previously, and just say, look, restaurants, you have a one strike on this. You have to clean up your act. If you're not, you're closed. Those should be things like not allowing catering tents so that you're not inside, but you're enclosed on multiple sides by a plastic covering. Well, it might be better for the weather, but you're not helping reduce COVID. We should require that every single restaurant have not 6 feet between tables where people are actually sitting a foot away from each other or a couple feet away from each other, but 6 feet apart from the closest patron where they sit, and actively enforce that. There are other requirements as well. We could make a tougher fine for people walking past outdoor restaurants without masks. And we certainly should put the word out as well to people in the next 3 weeks that the big problem, which we know is what the county allows, but we really can't afford to do it because it's where the spread is happening, is groups of people from different families. And just put the word out. We are not doing the restaurants for a few weeks. If you can successfully not gather for the next few weeks and not continue the spread, we'll keep them open. If you can't do that, we'll shut them down. So at least give the citizens of LA City and County the chance to save themselves and not destroy our restaurants. I'm still mulling this over, but I'm inclined to vote for this and give it a shot and do it in the most responsible way so we actually continue to reduce the spread.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. And Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for bringing this forward. I have seen restaurants across my district and in other parts of the city that I ventured out to install plexiglass, take incredible measures, and invest significantly in their outdoor dining capabilities over the last several months. The city has likewise invested in our alfresco dining program. We approved another $2 million through CARES Act funding to help facilitate more alfresco dining that the city can actually help with in terms of the K-rail installations and some of the infrastructure that's required to do alfresco dining. So restaurants, by hanging on a thread, chose to invest to make outdoor dining safe and to make it work. Now, conversely, as it relates to the infection rates and the statistics, all of the infection rates that when you research this thoroughly, as I have, every last one of the infection rates as it relates to dining are related to indoor dining and indoor bars. There is zero data that demonstrates that COVID infection rates have increased because of the outdoor dining options that we are discussing here. And it would seem to me that the county would at least want to consider data, if they have it, as it relates to this outdoor dining and our alfresco dining programs.
Rowdy.
If the data doesn't show that outdoor dining at restaurants has anything to do with the spread of COVID,
it took the whole staff.
The exception that is made on this order from the county. That is my belief. And as carefully as we're all following the protocols and mirroring the behavior, it would seem that the county could do the hard work of, if they feel that they need to tighten regulations somehow for outdoor dining, then the work needs to be done to take a look at what county health experts would feel would make the dining outdoors safer. I don't think they've done that. So I would call this an overabundance of caution because the data just isn't there. And I just wanted to put that out there. And also to say, for the restaurateurs who have called in, we don't have our own health department. The county health department sets the regulations during this emergency order. The most we can do through Councilwoman Rodriguez's leadership is to compel the county to really reevaluate this one portion of the tightening of the restrictions. We know that from a Yelp evaluation survey last summer that COVID is going to result in the closure of 60% of the restaurants across the country. So the ones that are blessed enough to still be open, to still have customers and still be paying their bills, and we've been trying to help them all along with our app cap delivery fee where they were getting fleeced. We've done that. That'll continue till well beyond the pandemic ends. This might just be their last gasp. 3 weeks during the holiday season could be enough to put many of them under. So I would hope that the county would base their restrictions on real data. Thanks again, Ms. Rodriguez.
Mr. Bonin?
Thanks, Madam President. So I'd like our restaurants to stay open, and I'd like kids to go back to school, and I would really like to get on a plane and visit my family for Thanksgiving. But as far as I can tell from what I'm hearing, the science isn't in there yet. I'm watching some live tweets from the Board of Supervisors hearing right now, and this may be a moot point because by the time we're done discussing, the Board of Supervisors may have already voted. I think it's 2-2 right now on the issue, with people waiting to see where our future colleague, Mr. Ridley Thomas, will come out. There seems to be a dispute over what the county has based this on. Is it local data or is it CDC data? I think it should be dictated by science. And since we don't have the scientists or the health officials in front of us, I would prefer, I think, that we defer to the county, which is in charge of the issue for the time being and is actually hearing from the experts. I would say one thing about the indoor-outdoor experience, absent seeing any data, is I'm seeing a lot of outdoor dining that has become indoor dining. Some folks have put up plexiglass appropriately that separates the tables, but I've seen other people put up walls. I've seen things that look like we have taken sidewalks for outdoor dining and they have become indoor dining. And that's a problem. And I think that's an area that we need to be focusing on to make sure that we're not taking what is supposed to be a good idea and making it into that which we are trying to compensate for a lack of. because that actually could be an outdoor dining, a so-called outdoor dining experience that is an actual indoor dining experience that could be contributing to stuff. So my preference is the county's weighing it with the experts right now is defer to the experts, follow the science. If there are any segment of the economy that I think we should be urging be subject to reopening or have different standards, it would be our schools. We have kids who are just getting screwed over for life, who are missing out on education, who are missing out on valuable socialization. And I think our first priority should be allowing kids to go back to school with teachers being kept safe, and then go from there. So thanks for the discussion. I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. Appreciate everybody's comments. This is a very tough one. I mean, I'm a big believer health is paramount, and we don't have a health department. We rely on the county's health department, and that is a tough spot to be in when we see what appears to be, you know, a decision that's not based on all of the relevant science that's going to really hurt. It's going to hurt financially, not just business owners, but all the workers. So I was thinking maybe, you know, and this is largely symbolic in many ways because they're voting on this now, but one thing that would make me more comfortable, and I don't know if you're open to this, Ms. Rodriguez, but maybe if we added a few words at the end of it, because where I get a little queasy is it says support any legislation to repeal it. Perhaps if we added at the end, due to the inconsistent, you know, standards, widespread economic impacts of these restrictions, and instead to clarify or enhance, you know, regulations to maintain worker and patron safety. You know, then that would make it clear that at least our viewpoint is we're not just saying willy-nilly repeal it because of the economy. We are keeping our focus on health and safety, but we're adding in, we're saying repeal it and enhance or clarify and enhance regulations to maintain worker and patron safety. Is that an amendment you might take as a friendly amendment?
I'll accept that as a friendly.
Okay, with that amendment, I can see my way to supporting it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. De Leon?
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilmember Blumenfeld for the friendly amendment. I think it makes it a little cleaner. I think we must acknowledge the need to place health, the public health, at the forefront of our decision making.
Mr. De Leon, can I just ask you to speak a little closer to the mic? Because I can't hear you. I don't know about the rest of the council.
Is this a little better?
Yes,
Madam
much
President?
better. Thank you.
Madam President, is this a little better?
Yes, much better. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple of things. One is, like I said a few moments ago, I think we have to acknowledge that we need to put public health at the forefront of all of our decision making. But having said that, there is a trust deficit right now, I believe, in many low-income communities, but in particular, the Latino community, because many of these decisions are being made in the dark without transparency. So it's hard to evaluate the appropriateness of these decisions, given the county's utter failure to protect LA County Latino residents. I think for me, it's very difficult to swallow, given the fact that the infection rates are about 135,000 plus and going, you know, up every single day in comparison to the rest of the population, when communities should have been saturated and overwhelmed with COVID-19 testing, as well as antibody testing, as well as financial assistance to deal with the issue of paying your rent, as well as buying your food. We see, you know, modern day soup kitchen lines akin to the Great Depression, 1929. Just yesterday, I know many other colleagues, like some, I should say, council members, Curran Price, as well as Gil Cedillo, are distributing many turkeys. Yesterday, we gave turkeys long lines, blocks. Now, what's this have to do with this situation? I think their trust is in short supply. And the resolution is a consequence of the county failing to adequately communicate with the public as a whole, with the electorate, but in particular with officials at the city level, us, the members of this legislative body, the city council, as well as the executive branch. And I believe that not all of us can afford, obviously, to stay home. Folks who either wash dishes or are sous chef, a waiter or waitress, they can't Zoom their work or do it via Google. So this is a resolution, first and foremost. It's not a clear direction. It's a resolution for further discussion, with the County Board of Supervisors. It's my hope that, Ms. Monica Rodriguez's, resolution before us today for a vote will spark that provocative conversation that needs to take place, that before unilateral actions are taken, that you have a discussion. Making decisions, again, without that transparency is not wise. And I think what I've heard consistently here is that lack of science. We want to take science and we want to take facts. We want to take data with the policy making decisions to do everything we can to keep communities safe, but at the same time, not destroying the economy. So how can we move the economy forward under these extraordinary circumstances, simultaneously making sure that our frontline workers, many of them poor folks, many of them our constituents, are not disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus infection. So thank you, Madam President.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want to clarify something?
I just want to make sure that members of the public understand that, much like taking a position on legislative action, what the motion provides is that the council will be supporting action by the county to repeal the outdoor dining restriction set to begin tomorrow, and then with Mr. Blumenfield's amendment to clarify and provide further protections for workers. I believe I've characterized that right, Mr. Blumenfield. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian?
I can clarify it if you want.
Okay. I think Mr. Blumenfield was trying to clarify something, but he was muted.
Oh, all right. The city attorney asked me to clarify. I will say it's if they instead clarify and enhance regulations to maintain worker and patron safety.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for bringing this forward. I'm supporting this measure, and I will briefly explain why. If the city had an actual role in defining what can be closed and not closed, as opposed to the county, which has the exclusive role over that, then I would be asking that we bring our health officer before the council to go through all of the evidence and the data. We don't have that luxury because we don't have a health department. We have to count on the county. So for that reason, I'm going to ask that the county undertake that very effort. And that's why I'm supporting what Ms. Rodriguez is proposing. But I do want to just say, although I don't think any of us can step into the shoes of scientists or public health professionals, I do want to say this. We all know that there are significantly greater problems in the spread of this pandemic than outdoor dining in restaurants that is carefully regulated, in which restaurants have made investments in things to protect their staff and their customers. We know that every single night there's a gathering of knuckleheads without masks in Beverly Hills to protest their right to go around without masks. We know that there's a megachurch in my district that continues to defy county orders in order to have in-person worship services just as an act of defiance. We know that there are countless social gatherings, probably not only in every one of our districts, in the very block on which every one of us lives. There are people who are having friends over to come over for dinner, to gather together, that will be gathering for Thanksgiving without masks, without distancing. This is why we can't open our schools. This is why our economy has been ravaged, because of irresponsible people who continue to say, I'm done with COVID. I'm not going to let the government tell me what to do. And so they walk around celebrating their rights and contaminating this community and killing people. And until people start stepping up and taking individual responsibility for one another and for protecting the lives of our neighbors and our family and our friends, we will continue to have closed schools. We will continue to have a ravaged economy. We will continue to have people's life investments go down the drains because people are sitting around not wanting to comply with what the government, is suggesting that they do. That's the truth. And in that environment, I just can't see that 2 weeks ago, the county was telling restaurants what they should do to make outdoor dining a safe experience. And people were relying on those that advice and making investments to save their business. And 2 weeks later, because there has been an absolute spike in numbers, and let's not belittle that. This spike that we're going through now is the worst we've seen in the course of the pandemic. And there is not one iota of scientific evidence to show that one bit of that is because of outdoor dining. So now the county's going to turn around and say, everything that we told you 2 weeks ago, forget about. Sorry you made those investments. You're out of business. It's wrong. And we have to focus on more responsible behavior by people throughout this society. And we have to do better contact tracing. And we have to shut down bad operators and social gatherings and all of those other things that are directly attributable, to which this spread is directly attributable. So with that, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm going to be an aye vote.
Members, any other questions? Well, members, I couldn't agree with both sides. This is a tough one too. I was looking up what my COVID numbers were in my district, and at the same time, I can recall being so frustrated on Saturday, just listening to live music being played in and around my own neighborhood of people having get-togethers and barbecues and quinceañeras and baptisms, and I think someone even had a wedding not too far away from where I live. And you can see, because my neighborhood is inundated with cars, and so as soon as that happens, someone has a get-together or a party around the corner. And and it saddens me because we're still not being responsible. People talk about COVID fatigue. I don't know how anybody has any fatigue, especially if one of their loved ones has been infected or is worried about getting this with underlying conditions and can possibly die. So I think most of what we're seeing, in my personal opinion, I am not a doctor, and I wish that we had the county here so they can share the data with us, is the fact that I think folks are not social distancing, and I think some of these small gatherings are creating the spread of COVID, along with the celebrations we just had a couple of weeks ago. Let's not forget, we had 2 major championships in our own city, and we saw massive crowds gathering in the streets, if not watching the games on television, which I also think possibly could have added to our COVID numbers. But when I look in my own district and I see not only some of the irresponsible behavior that I see on TV every day, but I see COVID numbers 3 days ago in Van Nuys, for example, 4,200 cases. As of 3 days ago, I'm sure the case number went up. In Panorama City, I've got 4,000 cases. North Hills, 2,500 cases. Sun Valley with 2,400 cases. Arleta with 2,100 cases, and Lake Balboa with 1,400 active cases. And then I think about folks that are just trying to get by and keep their livelihood going, but I think about these COVID cases, and it can very well be that a lot of these folks actually work in the restaurant industry as well. And so that is alarming. I think in a perfect world, we would have had a president that was responsible. We had a national response to COVID. And if we can shut everything down and actually pay people to stay at home, that would be what we should have been doing, which is what other countries have done and how they got their COVID numbers down. But we don't have that capability, and the Senate is certainly not going to fast track any stimulus checks to anyone as we speak. So we're in this limbo of whether we try to protect as many lives as possible while trying to make sure that we can provide economic survival to our small business owners. So members, I'm going to have Ms. Rodriguez close out, but this is a difficult one. I know that, Mr. City Attorney, this resolution simply states that we are against I know that the county hasn't taken a vote yet. In fact, I think they're still in discussion. But as soon as that happens, we will forward our vote to them and just, whatever that is, reassure that we're part of the conversation, or will they even take into consideration what we're doing here this afternoon?
So it'll simply be expressing the position that we take with the county, and ultimately regarding the regulations of the ruling, that's the county itself that does that. We obviously don't control that, but this is our voice in that process.
Very well, but we don't have, this is simply a position we're taking about what the county's about to do. We have no jurisdiction over stopping this action that the county is about to vote on.
Precisely correct.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. You know, I want to thank you all for your support of this urgent conversation. And, you know, we are at the mercy of the county health orders with respect to everything that we're doing and everything, every part of our way of life. And when we look at how businesses in our communities, small businesses, those little mom and pop restaurant owners that were trying to, they turned themselves inside out at tremendous expense to comply. And then to have it all of a sudden immediately before Thanksgiving, when many of them, they've already, look, restaurants have to purchase their food, they have to get all their supplies, they need everything based on the demand that they're anticipating, with no notice to be put on the hook for attribution of all of these cases doesn't make any sense, particularly when, to their own admission, the county health department has said that it was 95% of the restaurant owners that have cooperated with the orders, that have actually fulfilled all of the restrictions and meeting the protocols that they mandated. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't reconcile. And when we have a federal government that is not helping to meet the needs of these small business owners, when we see no end in sight, or no life vest coming from the feds, we have to help advocate and use our voice collectively to help make sure that there are no more punitive efforts to the very people who are actually compliant. Right now, we have an obligation to help be that voice for them. They have been struggling through all of it. They fulfilled those early demands for us to close down with no notice because they had to flip their business model on a dime. Look at how many restaurants had to close because they couldn't even help, they didn't have the public accessible space to even do the dining al fresco. 100-year-old restaurants closed because they weren't able to help achieve some of those standards. But to those that have invested, the El Tarascos of my neighborhood, the Casa Torres, Mikey's Cafe, who turned their parking lots with tents to help create an environment that would not spread COVID, that honored the restrictions and understood that with all of their shields and masks and everything that they did for their operations to be compliant, but to survive. We're being their voice today for that. So colleagues, I'm asking you to please join me in support of advocating and lending our voice for those small mom and pop restaurants who have done everything to be compliant, to provide jobs in our communities, to provide those cultural activities that so many of us had desperately, we're gonna miss when they're not there, because this will be the final nail in their coffin if they're forced to shut down with no end in sight. amongst a period of time where we know right now this was probably the one opportunity that they had 3 days before. They've gone through tremendous expense to get ready for the holidays, to only be shut down with no notice and have all of the ills of people's non-compliant activities be attributed to them. It doesn't make sense. And so I ask for your aye vote that we become the collective voice for those small businesses who desperately need us right now in this moment before the county health orders. And I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Let's go ahead and vote on Rule 23. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
This is the findings of the matter.
I'm sorry. We voted on the findings. We voted on the findings before we took public comment. Right. And so now we have the motion before us with a friendly amendment introduced by Mr. Bonin. I'm sorry, Mr. Blumenfield.
Shall I read the final moving clause, Madam President?
You know what? Let me just hold on for just a second. We've got clarity on the amending motion. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, Mr. Bonin, would you like Ms. Rodriguez to go through the findings one more time?
No. I was just clarifying what the vote was.
Yeah, we're voting on the substance of Ms. Rodriguez's motion with Mr. Blumenfield's friendly amendment now.
Right.
So shall I read the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Hold on for just a second. Ms. Rodriguez, you have the floor. Did you want to go ahead and
let me just read the final moving clause so that everyone's
Let's do that, because
clear?
that seems like so long ago that we just voted on the findings. Go ahead.
Okay. Therefore be it resolved with concurrence of the mayor by the adoption of this resolution, the City of Los Angeles includes in its state legislative program support of any legislative and administrative action by the County of Los Angeles to repeal the outdoor dining restrictions set to begin Wednesday, November 25th, 2020, due to the inconsistent industry application, standards, and widespread economic impacts of these restrictions, and to clarify and enhance health regulations to maintain worker and patron safety.
Okay, that's been clear. Any other questions, members, before we vote? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on Rule 23. Go ahead.
Madam President?
Hold on for just a second. Someone else. Yes, Mr. Rue?
Did that include Mr. Blumenfield's amendment in there?
Yes, I said, let me repeat what just happened. So we took a vote on the findings. That passed. Then we went on to public comment. Then the item is now before us. We've had discussion and questions back and forth. And Ms. Rodriguez accepted Mr. Blumenfield's friendly amendment. Is that correct, Ms. Rodriguez?
Correct.
That's right. Mr. Rue, would you like the city attorney to read the amended motion that was introduced by Mr. Blumenfield?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, the tail end of what Ms. Rodriguez...
It was friendly, so it's just, it was incorporated. I read the final moving clause.
Yes, Ms. Rodriguez included Mr. Blumenfield's as the tail end of what she read out.
Correct.
So that's exactly the totality of what you're voting on.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? All right. So let's go ahead and call the vote.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
No.
Koretz.
Koretz, aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
11 ayes, 3 noes. Special one is adopted as amended.
Okay, let's move on to...
Madam President, can we please send that urgent forthwith?
Okay, we got to vote on that for just...
Yes, that
okay, let's
requires
vote on the urgent forthwith on Rule 23. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Field, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember De Leon. Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
That was actually kind of funny.
Harris
Sorry, go ahead.
Dawson.
Mr. Harris Dawson?
Kretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
12 ayes, 1 no. Urgent forthwith passes.
Okay, we can send this over to the county. Ms. Rodriguez, they're in closed session right now, but we'll let them know what we
Right.
just voted on. So, Mr. City Attorney, if you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so since it was urgent forthwith, it is effective and finalized right now and should be sent to the county as soon as possible.
All right. All right, let's move on to items 15 and 18. These were both called special by Ms. Rodriguez for questions. Do you want to take let's do 15 first?
Yes, Madam President. Well, actually, if we could just take them together, because I have questions for the CAO
Sure.
and Rec and Parks.
Do we have Rec and Parks on the line? I know that the CEO is here. No, the CEO is not here either. Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, give me a second. I got to make sure we allow them in the meeting.
Okay.
So you have questions for the CAO and, the COA and Rec and Parks?
Yes, they should be on standby.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, they're logging in right now. Give them just a couple of more seconds before we can hear them. Patty, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hold on for just a second. We're trying to connect with Rec and Parks.
Noel Williams from Rec and Parks, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. So go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez. It looks like we have everyone in our meeting now.
Terrific, thank you, colleagues. You may recall that I had introduced the motion. Am I getting feedback?
Okay, we're getting a lot of feedback. Hold on for just a second. Can everyone mute themselves, please, if you were just invited into our meeting? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay. Thank you. So colleagues, you recall that I had introduced a motion reflecting on of the CARES money that we've allocated and expended. We clearly see no extension in the deadline with respect to expending these resources. And given the tremendous amount of hardship, in fact, there's a motion that I'll be introducing today where we have seen a substantial decrease in the availability of USDA provided food boxes for families. You know, there's been no shortage of need in our communities. We've seen the lines grow exponentially at all of our food banks. We've had to supplement with multiple efforts of pop-up food banks. And just yesterday, we just finished distributing over 1,000 turkeys in my district to families that are struggling and would otherwise not have any type of Thanksgiving. I wanted to ask with the CAO, and just in terms of the timing and with respect, and you know, I recognize our determination to provide some kind of safe haven for kids during these difficult times. But I'm also, I've become aware of instances with respect to the contraction of COVID at a couple of sites where we are providing alternative opportunities for youth to engage in learning. And I wanted to find out what our response is to those circumstances, how we are mitigating them, but also just with respect to making sure that the dollars are expended expediently given the impending deadline. What are some of the protocols that we are fulfilling with respect to the utilization of these resources at these rec and parks facilities, and what the protocols are with respect to those activities right now?
Well, I will, this is Patty Huber from the CAO, and Rec and Parks is here so they can speak more to the day-to-day protocols. But as they were developing this program, they do have staff that screens the students as they come in, including taking temperatures, who's there monitoring the kids all day in case they start to feel sick during the day. This is one of the programs where we have been seeing expenditures happening on a regular basis, because every 2 weeks we're paying people, and the program is being run by Rec and Parks staff versus contractors. Whereas sometimes on some of the other programs, we know they're spending because we're in communications with the departments, but bills, you know, a contractor performs work, submits a bill, and then we pay a bill. So the actual expenditure is on a slower track, but we have incurred the expense because the contractor has performed the work. Regarding the instances of infection at the learning centers, I don't have information on that. That is a question that Rec and Parks would have to answer. What else did you want me to respond to, Councilmember?
No, if I could just have Rec and Parks. I'm sorry. Thank you, Patty.
Noel, if you can please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Noel Williams, Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to ask Jimmy Kim, our operations superintendent, to talk a little bit about the protocols and that first, because that was one of the beginning questions that you asked, Council Member. Jimmy, are you online, and can you talk a little bit about the protocols, first of all, for safety of participants and as well as our staff members? Thank you.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Councilmember Rodriguez, Madam President, and council members. Jimmy Kim, Rec and Parks Superintendent. Just to kind of give you a quick overview of our operations. Currently, our Rec and Park Department Operations Center serves as the repository of all COVID-related protocols, so that there's standards across all alternative learning sites. The DOC, or the Department Operations Center, is well positioned for this role as we coordinated the initial mass shelter expansion program and worked closely with DPH from the start of the pandemic in all COVID protocols. We also participate in DPH telebriefing for our sector to ensure that we are following all the recent protocols, and we go above and beyond the established DPH protocols for our program. Some of the things that we do to ensure safety is we provide weekly testing, COVID testing for staff so that we can track and trace COVID positives immediately and be able to perform quarantining if needed. Our first responders, we have first responders that are assigned to each facility, and they perform temperature checks, health screenings, and emergency first aid. Temperature checks and health screenings occur 3 times a day, once in the beginning of the day, and right after lunch, and right before they go home. We also have maintenance staff that is assigned to each facility, and they provide frequent high-touch surface cleaning and thorough cleaning at the end of the day. All children are physically distanced and are required to utilize face covering. These are some of the things that we do to ensure that we have a control of the COVID if it does infect our site. As it relates to the site itself, if any one of those staff members or participants have symptoms, the DOC immediately puts the site under what we call investigation. And what that is we institute a immediate testing of all staff to see if there's any spread. And then we also put the staff member that is symptomatic or participant that is symptomatic into a mandatory quarantine period until they get a result back, a COVID result, or they get cleared through their medical provider. In the event that a staff becomes COVID positive, we quarantine the staff, number one, for 14 days. We also quarantine the site in an abundance of caution per DPH protocols until the 14-day period has been cleared. If a participant is COVID positive, we immediately notify, we inform the participant to quarantine. We also notify all of the participants, and we are very transparent in terms of, without providing personal information of where the exposure may have occurred, as well as the cohort that has been exposed, as well as providing testing information, free testing information to all of the participants. Staff also follows up with participants, as well as working staff that has been in quarantine to identify if there's any symptoms and or if there's any COVID positive. So we do follow up with them. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jimmy, if you could just answer, I'm not sure if you or Vicki has the answer to this question, but given, I'm not familiar, what is the actual registration, the number of participants in the program, and how have any confirmed cases impacted attendance and or the enrollment?
This is Vicki Israel, Assistant General Manager for Recreation Parks. I would just like to address that we are serving about 1,174 children a day at the 50 locations. That is how many that are registered. We have an attendance rate of approximately 75% daily. This particular week, though, we did have some positive cases, and as Jimmy Kim stated, that we went ahead and instituted the protocols, and we were forced to shut down a few sites, making sure that all the parents were notified.
Okay, and so how has that impacted costs and availability or the resources that have been allocated for this effort in terms of projected revenue that will be expended for this?
I would like to defer to Noelle on that.
Well, I think we only shut down 2 sites about a week ago, correct? And then the other sites have only been recently shut down?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and we're only expecting the 2 sites to be shut down for 2 weeks, correct?
Correct. Most of the sites should be opening up at the beginning of December, right after the holiday.
Sure. So we had planned on being closed for Thanksgiving and Friday anyway. So it's probably the maximum amount of site days that we would have been closed will be about 8 days. So it will be some cost saving, but probably in the overall scheme of things, would not be significant. This money that we are receiving, we are tracking on time, must be spent, this current money must be spent by December 31st. We do, I think as Patty has reported, turn in our reports every 2 weeks. We are spending on schedule and maybe a little bit over. We were giving some of our budgetary account funds into the program. As far as I know, we are on schedule to spend this money on time. Again, it must be expended by December 31st, the original CARES money.
Just to correct, by December 30th per the legislation.
I'm sorry.
It's a funky thing
30th.
because
Sorry.
we all think of the
Sorry.
31st as being the last day of the month.
That's correct, sorry. And I think I submitted to Patty a report that showed that we are pretty much right on schedule.
And that takes into account that you have 2 sites that are closed for an interim.
About 8 working days. We're not open on Saturday and Sunday, but.
Okay. And so how quickly are you able, Patty, to reprogram any unused revenue that is allocated for this if there are additional shutdowns?
Well, the limitation is going to be that I have no authority to reprogram it without mayor and council approval. That's the process that has been set up. And council will now only be meeting for a few more weeks. I believe the 15th of December is your last meeting before recess. Which was why one of the recommendations in the report that is before you is about how to close out the program to take into account these savings. Given that it is November 24th, it's really difficult to say that we could put it into any other program because they are all maxed out and working feverishly to spend the monies that have been allocated to them. They, we're in regular communication. They're working diligently to get every dollar out the door. And the goal is to meet those expectations. The departments are fully dedicated. They're pushing forward on all of these programs. But I would remind you, these programs were based on their best estimates of what could be expended, of what the resources were that were needed. So there may be some savings in other programs. Starting a new program at this point is not feasible. The departments are maxed out. Everybody is doing everything they can as they can. So starting a new program at this point is just unrealistic, I believe. So
no, of course. I agree, Patty. I believe that starting a new program is infeasible because I know that we're too far down the road at this point before the dollars are, before time's up on expending these resources. My concern is I'm also trying to reconcile the fact that I've got enormous amount of food lines in the district. The LA Regional Food Bank isn't getting anything from the federal government, and many of the food pantries have had to basically retreat from the available days that they're operating. And so I'm just wondering what resources might also still be available to help support the immediate need of families right now who are not getting any of those resources. So I'm just trying to, I just want to ask all those questions because it's not about creating a new program, but perhaps just reprogramming dollars based on where the immediate need is. And based on even some conversations we had in Economic Development Committee, I believe it was a week ago, where we had the conversation about, I know EWDD has migrated some of their programming from being loans to grants, and whether or not, because obviously the demand is still outweighs what was available or allocated initially, what opportunities might exist for us to still allocate additional resources for some of those efforts as well. Same is true with some of the family source centers. I know the one in my district, they're on the ground, they're working with folks every single day, and to the extent that we could help make some adjustments quickly, not to create new programs, but to expand funding opportunities for those that are, just looking for more resources. I'm just trying to weigh all the benefits and the cost benefit analysis of these conversations, because we do have an impending deadline that isn't going to be extended by the federal government. And so I just wanted to just get some more insight on that, particularly because I'm familiar with the circumstance of what happened in my district.
So Councilmember, after the actions that were taken by committee last week, we issued just an updated chart. There is about 30, help me if it would help if I looked at it myself. So there is an unallocated amount remaining, even on the assumption that council approves all the actions that committee took last week, of about $32 million that hasn't been allocated to any project. So there really isn't a need to take money from existing projects if there are new projects to fund. The key thing that you have to remember, and this becomes very difficult with the family source centers conversation, because that is a budgeted program. And so we have to have some way to show and distinguish, because we can't use these funds for a budgeted program. That's part of the regulations, right? It has to be for new COVID response type activities. And so to take a family source center and just give them more money, we have to have crafted something where we can show that it is above and beyond what we budgeted for. And that is, we had those conversations even over the alternative learning centers, because a component of that is the after school care, which Rec and Parks does every year. Year in and year out, they have an after school program for students to have a place to go when they get out of school. So we had to distinguish between what their base after school program would provide, and then we funded what was the COVID component of that, like the extra cleaning protocols, the fact that students had to have individual balls to play with because no communal activities, right? You can't share a ball, you have to have your own ball. We went down to that level of detail. To now just say, let's give more money into the family source centers. What is it that we're getting with that extra that we can show is above and beyond what we budget for? Because we have to make that we have to distinguish that. And then can that actually be rolled out in the next 36 or so days that we have to spend these funds? And that's a question we'd have to talk to EWDD about, because I couldn't tell you today that we can make that level of distinguishment between budget and extra. I just don't know the answer to that. And then whether or not their contractors actually have the capacity to do that extra, and how much that could be done in the next, 30 days, because we need a few days to figure it out. And then council would have to take an action to allocate it. So, obviously ad hoc would have to either hear or waive the item, and then council would have to allocate the funds.
Okay. Yeah, just to go back to the family source centers, my family source center served as the front line, if you will, on providing relief to the community. So they're in tune with where the need is and getting and connecting with those families. And we've got lots of families in the queue that we're waiting for additional resources. So I just wanted to get a sense of where all that stood. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, not that I want to see us not provide more services, but we also have to consider the fact that we are possibly as much as $700 million short in our budget. And I'm wondering if it's not allocated to services, if any of that money could be allocated towards reimbursable expenses that could actually help us close our shortfall.
Mr. Koretz, the report already indicates that any leftover will go directly into the reserve fund.
Right, but I'm wondering if we should be thinking of that as a proactive option as opposed to trying to spend it all, and if we accidentally have a few bucks, it'll go towards the general fund. So just a thought.
This report already allocates $75 million into the reserve fund. All right. Thank you, members. We're going to go ahead and take a vote on items 15 and 18. Let's go ahead and please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Councilmember Cedillo.
Said aye.
It's still aye.
Councilmember De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuratz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Let's move on to item 16. There's a technical change on item 16, and we've got our CO's office here. Can you read that into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Meg Barclay, City Homeless Coordinator in the CAO's office. There's two corrections that we needed to make to the recommendations that were approved by the ad hoc committee. One of them is to recommendation 7 to correct the operating cost amounts for the 2 pallet shelter sites at 11471 Chandler and 12600 Satakoy. And that changes the total amount of funding for the operating costs through June 30th, 2021 to $25,267,385. And the total amount recommended in this recommendation to $25,718,946, and the appropriation amounts in that recommendation have been changed accordingly or corrected accordingly. And also a correction to recommendation 9 to correct the address of the site where the storage containers will be relocated from. The site is actually 6700 Van Alden Avenue, and the corrected recommendation, a full set of corrected recommendations has been provided to the clerk.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item with the technical amendment.
Technical correction. Yes, Madam President. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuratz. Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Thirteen ayes, this item is adopted.
Okay, what's before us now, Madam Clerk?
There are 7 verbal motions.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the first one.
The first Rule 16 motion, introduced by Councilmember Ryu, moves that $150,000 be transferred and appropriated from the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program Special Fund to Street Services Fund for work associated with the installation of a northbound left turn lane and northbound left turn traffic signal at the intersection of Highland Avenue and Odin Street. And a seconder?
Is there a second? Is there a second on Mr. Rue's Rule 16?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Padilla,
O'Farrell?
second.
Mr. O'Farrell to second. Next.
Thank you. The second is also a Rule 16 motion introduced by Councilmember Ryu. This moves that the Bureau of Engineering be authorized to issue a revocable permit to the LA County Museum of Art to allow for the construction of the airspace building along and above Wilshire Boulevard.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Farrell. Next.
Thank you. The next motion to be referred to the Ad hoc COVID Committee has been introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez. This directs the Library Department to prepare a proposed budget to expand the Tech2Go Hotspot Loan Program using supplemental CDBG funds as provided by CARES.
Second.
Hold on. Who seconded? Mr. Blumenfield. Next.
Thank you. The next is a resolution to be referred to the Rules, Elections, Intergovernmental Relations Committee. This has been introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez, and it establishes support for any legislation or administrative action to maintain the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Farmers to Families Food Box Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you.
Next.
Next is a commendatory resolution introduced by Councilmember Wesson extending heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Kenneth Orduna, the employees and frontline workers of the Central Neighborhood Health Foundation, for their continued valiant daily efforts to eradicate the COVID-19 virus by providing no-cost COVID-19 testing and quality health care to address the health disparities in the underserved communities. Is there a second?
Is there a second by Mr. Price? By Mr. Price.
Okay.
Next is a commendatory resolution introduced by Councilmember Ryu, thanking and commending Darrell Powell for his many years of exemplary service to the city and the people of Los Angeles, and wishing him success and happiness in all future endeavors. Is there a second to this?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lee. Next.
The final is another commendatory resolution introduced by Councilmember Harris Dawson, extending sincere appreciation to P.O. Vincent Quitoriano for 31 years of service and dedication to the city of Los Angeles, and congratulating Vincent and wishing him good health and a happy retirement. Is there a second to this?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Price. Is that it?
Yes,
Clerk?
Madam President.
All right, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I do have 2 motions and one resolution. The first one is I move that the city attorney be requested to prepare and present an ordinance which would amend section 63.44 of the LA Municipal Code to establish an off-leash dog exercise area in a portion of Joan Milky Flores Park in San Pedro, bounded by the walking path to the north and northwest, the Roxbury Street fence line to the west, and the Paseo Del Mar fence line to the south, delineated by appropriate signage. I further move that the Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners be requested to concur with the above recommendation and to instruct the LA Park Rangers to enforce the rules and regulations of the designated off-leash dog exercise area 7 days a week. I believe Mr. Kretz would like to second that.
Yes, I would like to second.
Okay, Mr. Koretz to second next.
Thank you. I'd like to co-present this next motion with Mr. Blumenfield. I move that the City Administrative Officer, with the assistance of the Department of Cultural Affairs, Department of Recreation and Parks, and Chief Legislative Analyst, be directed to report with a comprehensive plan to bring the maintenance and operations of our performing arts facilities to field standards. The report should also include strategies to increase revenues and additional funding sources such that long-term city general fund subsidies are identified and or minimized.
Second.
And I confirm my co-presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen. And lastly, a resolution honoring Randy Kelly, 32 years of service to the Department of Recreation and Parks. I'd like to move that by the adoption of this resolution, the LA City Council hereby commends Randy Kelly for his exceptional service to the residents of Los Angeles, congratulates him on his professional accomplishments, and extends best wishes for his well-deserved retirement.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Farrell. Next.
That's all I have, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. This is a completion and a partnership between Mr. De Leon and I on down the middle of a street that is a boundary between the great 13th and 14th council districts. I therefore move that $42,947 in the AB 1290 fund, number 53P, account number 281213, CD13 Redevelopment Projects Services, and $42,947 in the Council District 14 portion of the Street Furniture Revenue Fund, number 43D-50. Total amounts are $85,893. Be transferred appropriated to the Board of Public Works Fund number 100-74, account number 3040, contractual services, for continued maintenance and related work at the medians along Verdugo Road in Council Districts 13 and 14. I further move that the Board of Public Works, Office of Community Beautification, be authorized to prepare the necessary documents, including any contract amendments as appropriate, with and or payments to the Los Angeles Conservation Corps or any other agency or organization in the above amount for the above purpose, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form. I further move that the Board of Public Works be authorized to make any technical corrections or clarifications to the above instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion. I understand it's seconded by Mr. Buscaino.
Yes, confirmed. Second. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Yes. And co-introduced by Mr. De Leon. And just for everyone listening, this is a project that's been in the works for years, long before COVID. And it's going to be incredible. And it already is incredible for the Glassell Park neighborhood on the boundary shared between 13 and 14. Thank you, Mr. De Leon.
Okay, Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, this follows from our earlier discussion. I had given note on this with respect to our efforts to build and to preserve affordable housing. I therefore move that the council instruct the CAO, with the assistance of the city attorney, HCID, the Department of General Services, to prepare and execute all necessary documents and take all necessary actions to allocate $45,695 in coronavirus relief funds, subject to eligibility, to initiate the acquisition of the Hillside Via Apartments located at 636 North Hill Place, LACA 90012, to be used for affordable public housing. Mr. John Lee has agreed to second this matter.
Confirm.
Okay, thank you. Any others, Mr. Cedillo?
That's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. have a motion. I'll read the moving clause that is co-presented by Mr. Bonin. It says, I therefore move that the Bureau of Street Services be instructed to continue the public engagement process while the sidewalk and transit amenities program request for proposals process is underway, provide a public report on the proposals received in response to the RFP, and with the assistance from other departments as necessary, report to the City Council within 60 days of receiving proposals regarding any outstanding issues that will shape the final operational details of a contract for the STAP, including 5 bullets. 1, parameters of digital advertising and or digital displays to ensure compatibility with their surrounding environments, traffic safety, and land use zones such as specific plans and scenic highways. 2nd bullet, a policy governing data collections, ownership, privacy, and use from devices placed within the public right-of-way on city facilities. 3rd, how advertising proposed within public right-of-ways can be governed and coordinated to ensure maximum benefits to the city and its residents and strict compliance enforcement. 4, controls over the content of advertising within the public right-of-ways or on public property and the operational means to enforce them. And finally, strategies for capital investment necessary to maximize STAP benefits and the reinvestment of program revenue into street and sidewalk improvements that facilitate transit use and mobility. And it is seconded by Mr. Marquise Harris-Dawson.
Mr. Harris-Dawson, can you confirm that?
Confirm that.
Thank you.
And I'll confirm I'm
Mr.
co-presenting.
Bonin, thank you. Any others, Mr. Blumenfield?
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 motions. Colleagues, this first, well, both are related and with respect to a tragic incident that occurred in my district where a Cessna attempting to land at an adjacent local municipal airport or a county-owned airport facility was attempting to land and nearly took out residences in my district. It's not the first accident, and so my first motion contains the moving clauses. I therefore move that the County of Los Angeles, with the assistance of the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board, be requested to report to the City Council on the November 12th incident. I further move that the Chief Legislative Analyst, with the assistance of the City Attorney, be instructed to report on the steps necessary to complete an environmental analysis establishing the toxic nature of Whitman Airport's presence and impact on the surrounding Pacoima community, as well as legal review of FAA assurances of any and all grant agreements and complete an economic analysis for alternative uses for the site. I further move that the County of Los Angeles, with the assistance of the Chief Legislative Analyst and the City Attorney, be requested to report on the steps necessary to close Whitman Airport, and further move that the California Attorney General's Bureau of Environmental Justice be requested to provide input and expertise in the aforementioned evaluation of Whitman Airport.
I second that. Next one, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes. And then second is a resolution. Now therefore be it resolved with the concurrence of the mayor that by the adoption of this resolution, the City of Los Angeles hereby includes in its 2021-2022 state and federal legislative programs support for any legislation or administrative action that would shut down the Whitman Airport and mitigate the public safety and health risks the Whitman Airport poses to the surrounding city residents, including the performance of a full environmental analysis of airport activity.
I second that too. Any others, Ms. Rodriguez?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, let me, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 1 motion and 2 resolutions I'd like to read into record. The first one is for West Valley Alliance. I therefore move that $65,000 in the Council District 12 portion of the Street Furniture Revenue Fund, number 43D, Department 50, be transferred, appropriated to the Public Works Fund, number 100-74, account 3040, to fund additional graffiti and weed abatement services in Council District 12 provided by West Valley Alliance. This funding is for the period of January 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2021. I further move that the Department of Public Works be authorized to make any corrections or clarifications to the above fund transfer instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion.
Second.
Thank you. My next is a resolution. Let's see. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council, pursuant to LA Municipal Code Section 80.69.4, hereby prohibits the parking of vehicles that are in excess of 22 feet in length or over 84 inches in height during the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. along the following street segments: both sides of Chatsworth Street from Mason Avenue east to the dead end, south side of Wish Avenue from Amestoy Avenue west to the dead end, both sides of Amestoy Avenue from Rinaldi to Wish Avenue. Be it further resolved that upon the adoption of this resolution, the Department of Transportation be directed to post signs giving notice of a tow-away no parking restriction for oversized vehicles with the specific hours detailed, and that the Department of Transportation be authorized to make technical corrections or clarifications to the above instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this resolution. And any second, Councilman Joe Buscaino, I believe is.
Mr. Buscaino, can you confirm that? We just need a confirmation from Mr. Buscaino.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian will second that.
Thank you.
All
Thanks,
right.
Councilman Krikorian. My last is another resolution. It's for our Get Together Foundation. We are holding another telethon to help raise money for local charities. Just therefore be resolved that without partners such as the Get Together Foundation and the incredible work they have done over the years, the quality of life in the Northwest Valley would have suffered and the results achieved wouldn't be possible.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Is that it, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam
All right,
President.
thank you, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President. I have three short items. The first, seconded by Mr. Cedillo. I move that $120 be appropriated from the Heritage GCP account fund number 0832 to the General Services Fund 100-40, salaries as needed, for services in connection with the mayor's illumination of City Hall in celebration of the Dodgers winning the 2020 World Series.
Let's go Dodgers.
Is that a second, Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, and it's a second that also
Yes.
asked the public to kind of self-contain their celebrations of this great event.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz, any others?
Yes, the second to be seconded by Mr. Buscaino. I therefore move that the city administrative officer be directed to report to the council within 60 days on the provision of disability retirement benefits for the aforementioned 83 public safety officers under the Lacers Public Safety Tier 1 Enhanced Benefits provision.
Is there a second?
Yeah, confirmed second, for sure.
Mr.
5 hours
Buscaino,
notice,
thank you.
yes.
Thank you. And lastly, to be seconded by Mr. Krikorian. Now therefore be it resolved with the concurrence of the mayor that by adoption of this resolution, the city of Los Angeles hereby includes in its 2019-2020 federal legislative program support for legislation or administrative action that would require FEMA to promptly reimburse the city for Los Angeles Police Department and other documented costs within days, not months, reduce the FEMA local match to 10%, allow for the coronavirus funds to be used to cover lost revenue, extend the coronavirus relief funds deadline to September 2021, and reiterate support for the HEROES Act. And it looks like this has a typo because it asked that we include in our 2019-2020 federal legislative program. I'll correct that to be 2020 to 2021. And that is to be seconded by Mr. Krikorian.
Confirmed.
Thank you. And that is it, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Mr. Buscaino?
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Kokorian for pinch hitting on that second for Mr. Lee. So thanks, Paul. Yeah, confirm the second on Mr. Lee's motion.
All right, thank you
I
for
shall
that.
be happy to withdraw my second and yield to Mr. Buscaino on that.
Appreciate that.
Okay, members, are there any other motions, verbal motions you'd like to introduce? Okay, Madam Clerk, what's before us now?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred, next.
The desk is clear.
Members, are there any adjournments or announcements? Let's start with announcements. Any announcements, Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Just that the ITGS committee will be meeting at 3:15.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements?
Yeah, Madam President, just wanted to recognize throughout the city a lot of the food giveaways, turkey giveaways, particularly in my district, the East Side Rider Bike Club in Watts. There were 700 meals. And over the weekend, both PMA at the Port of Los Angeles and at the Battleship, and just this morning, ILW, over 3,000 turkey meals given to needy families throughout our district. So lots of love. God bless you. Thanks so much for helping this time of need.
Okay, thank you. Any other announcement, members? Any adjourning motions? Okay, seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
No. Yes, let me, with great regret and sadness, take a moment to acknowledge one of the giants of Chicano studies, Chicano history. Juan Gomez Quiñones is noted as an American historian, professor of history, poet, and activist. He's known for his work in the field of Chicano history. He's a northerner, and by that I mean he was born in Parel, Mexico, came north and lived at 5th and Grande Vista, 2 blocks away from where I grew up. He was an amazing intellectual and scholar. He's written many, many books. He is basically, him and Rudy Acuña are probably the 2 most noted authors and icons of Chicano history. He has mentored thousands, I would say, of activists, academics, a few politicians like Mayor Villaraigosa and myself. He was at UCLA and was the founder of what's called the Plan de Islam, which was the plan, the journal, the direction for creating both Chicano studies and helping uplift the Chicano community in the 60s and 70s. 50 years in the field as one of the great writers and thinkers, intellectuals of our community, a very proud Mexican, a very proud Mexican-American, and a very proud Chicano. He died recently, November 11th, I think it was. He retired a few years ago at UCLA. I had the honor of participating in his retirement. We lost him November 11th, 2020, but his work stands as a pillar of the study and understanding of Mexicans living on this side of the border. I'd also refer people to a memoriam written by Alvaro Alvarez, who's a PhD. I was one of his students who led the charge to protect landscapers and leaf blowers here in the city of Los Angeles. And there was also a eulogy written by Gustavo Arellano in the Los Angeles Times that you could also find a perspective on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Mr. De Leon?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to add my name to the comments by Councilmember Gil Cedillo. I had the honor of knowing Dr. Juan Gomez Quiñones when I started organizing back in the day, when he would come over to One Stop Immigration and Educational Center right in the heart of Boyle Heights on the corner of Esperanza and Whittier Boulevard. He was a former board member of One Stop Immigration and Educational Center. And although not directly involved in the organizing what was then the largest march in the history of California, the Prop 187 march back in '94, his influence on many young activists, organizers, advocates, Latino or non-Latino, was amazing. Without a doubt, he's one of that handful of Latinos back in the day who actually grew up in the hood, but actually lived also in Pacific Palisades and would, make the trek from one part of the town to another part of the town and never lost his roots, who he is, and where he came from Paral, is the Chihuahua in northern Mexico, as Councilmember Cedillo just mentioned a few moments ago. So I just want to add my words to this great loss in our community, the academic community, where one very few tenured, persons of color at a very fine public institution like UCLA. So he was ahead of his time, and he never forgot who he was or where he came from. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other adjourning motions? Okay, seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.